that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. We are feeling brand new, rejuvenated today. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I do see you in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button as you're coming in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on the notification bell. You already know what we're going to dive into today, the story of Sebastian Rogers. Now, it's a very weird story, right? A very weird story. Where is he at? But another point that we have here is, why are the Proudfoots leaving town? That's very weird, but we'll dive into that here in a minute. What's going on, Candy Rapper? Nice to see you. Said, I think mother and stepfather know exactly where Sebastian is, and they know he ain't coming back. Sad in my opinion. I hope he's out there somewhere, Candy Rapper. I really do. What's going on, Julie? Nice to see you. Ren, nice to see you. Strange, nice to see you. I appreciate you guys coming by the stream. Lori, how are you doing today? She says, shout out to these great mods. They are wonderful. Monarch says, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. I'll be listening. Appreciate you, Monarch. Nice to see you, by the way. DM, Hazel Eyes, Cindy, what's going on? But it's like I said, this is striking me as weird. I've never seen in a case where there's an actively missing kid, and allegedly these people ran out with flashlights at night searching for him and different things, but you comfortably get up and leave town. Then you got Seth Rogers out here breaking his back, searching every single day. I mean, every single day, he's sleeping, and he's rinsing and repeating it over and over again. And what's going on with them? Wouldn't they be out with everybody, or at least coordinating with Seth, who Seth says they're not even talking to him? Pretty weird, guys. Pretty weird. Off the record says it's unreal. Zoe says things aren't adding up. Andrew says they are in a 100K RV. This is weird. Not at home waiting for their son. Well, they did say, what did they say in that last interview they did? Right? Hold on. I got all my notes right here. What did they say? Law enforcement told Chris not to provide the exact dates. Katie took a lie detector test, allegedly passed it, but according to Chris. And then Chris had said on Facebook that he took a lie detector test during the beginning of this case. Screenshots were sent in. We showed them last time that we were live. So it's weird. What's going on, Heather? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you, Melissa. Sandy, Brandy. Hey, T, get your rock star on. What's going on, Brandy? Nice to see you. Lisa, nice to see you. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Hi, T-REV from Central Florida. I love your videos. Always watching always waiting for each one. I think you were going to say, or watching or waiting for each one. Always late. How are you doing? You're early today. You ain't late today. But let's dive into it. Here's JLR report. Maybe you've already seen this video. Maybe you haven't, but he is reporting on the Proudfoots. And I want to listen to what information that we could pick up from what he's about to say right here. So again, let's check it out.
Jonathan Lee Riches.
And again, I will be opening up the lines. Obviously, you see the phone number pinned at the top, and you know that's what we do. But we're going to watch a couple videos before we dive into taking these phone calls and talking with you guys, the community.
Investigates. Where is 15-year-old Sebastian?
How you doing,
Rogers?
Maria? Nice to
Sebastian
see you.
Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee, vanished around February 26, 2024, maybe the 25th. Katie Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, prime suspects in my eyes when it comes
He
to.
said prime suspects. Ooh, prime suspects in his eyes. Oh, snap. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that they're a prime suspect? I'll be checking the vote poll. Make sure you vote as you're coming in. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. We are covering the Sebastian Rogers case. He's 15 years old, missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, he hasn't been seen. There's not even a sighting. I haven't heard of one sighting of Sebastian Rogers. And I haven't heard one good thing said from the Proudfoots about Sebastian Rogers allegedly either. Now, I do want to say this. The disappearance of Sebastian Rogers was last seen by his family on the night, and I'm going to go through this. On the night of February 25th, by the morning of February 26th, he was missing from his home, believed to have wandered off in the middle of the night with a flashlight, barefoot and alone. But allegedly, they've seen 2 flashlights. So what's going on with that? The initial response and search was following his disappearance, an endangered child alert was issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation on February 26th. This was escalated to an Amber Alert the next day due to additional investigative information. The search involved over 200 people, including K-9 teams, mounted units, helicopter crews, and drones covering a nearly 5-mile radius. Now, the community and law enforcement used unique methods to try to locate Sebastian, including playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, during the search. Local residents were urged to check their surveillance cameras and report any potential leads. Pond and draining, they definitely they drained a pond, right? And despite receiving several tips and draining a pond near Sebastian's home, no confirmed sightings or leads were produced. Now, at this pond, there was a hit. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Most of you probably do if you're following this case, but there was a hit at this pond and they emptied that pond out and he was nowhere to be found. So again, there was a hit there. Did they travel that trail? The lead, you know what I mean? Like if a dog picked up on him there, he had to or at least have been around that area, right? Scaling back in transition by March 4th, after extensive searching with no significant leads, the ground search was scaled back, transitioning more towards an investigation. Despite this, the commitment to finding Sebastian remained strong, with sheriff's office and family members making appeals for any information. Now, it says throughout the ordeal, Sebastian's family has spoken out about their pain and the unique challenges faced by their autistic son. They also responded to backlash regarding their public silence in the initial days after his disappearance, emphasizing the personal anguish they were experiencing. Now, by mid-March, new resources joined the search, including the United Cajun Navy, which I've seen a post by this other the United Cajun Navy saying that that's not us. That's pretenders. So what is going on with that too? And I seen a video yesterday by JLR talking about the United Cajun Navy. And I also seen screenshots that somebody posted from the a different United Cajun Navy page saying that that was the fake United Cajun Navy out there taking over the search. Pretty weird. I don't know. If that's the truth, it's weird. I'd like to hear more about that, right? But again, it says by mid-March, new resources joined the search, including the United Cajun Navy. Moreover, surveillance video from outside the Rogers home showed two light sources moving in the early hours when Sebastian disappeared. It says, though this has yet to yield any substantial leads. Obviously, we know that. Now, recent developments in the Sebastian Rogers case include security footage showing unusual activity outside his home on the night of his disappearance. The footage captured two light sources, potentially people with flashlights, moving outside of his Hendersonville home around 3:10 a.m. on February 26. Despite extensive searches, including a landfill in Kentucky, no conclusive leads or evidence has been found. And yes, we know that part. But here's another one too. This is actually an interesting read. It says Sebastian Rogers updates parents confronted over decision to leave home as teen remains missing. That is very weird. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but it's super weird that they chose to leave town in the middle of him being missing. It's absolutely weird. Sus. You said when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Nikki says, hey, love, or hi, love. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you. Thank you too, Kim. Or Kim, Leo, or Nikki. I'm seeing like 50 different names at once. If he had ran away before they should have installed open door window signal if they were concerned about him getting out. I don't blame you. Again, Sebastian Rogers updates. Parents confronted over decision to leave home as teen remains missing. Now, Sebastian Rogers' mother and stepfather have been confronted over the decision to pack up and leave their Tennessee home while their teenage son remains missing. The 15-year-old who was autistic disappeared on February 25th with no sign of him since. In an interview on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Monday, Katie and Chris Proudfoot were questioned about their whereabouts that night, as well as their cooperation in the investigation into the boys' disappearance. The host also asked if they could confirm reports that they packed up in their RV and left their home in Hendersonville. I'm going back to work, Mr. Proudfoot said, with Sebastian's mother saying she was accompanying her husband before returning home. My son could be anywhere and we're looking everywhere and anywhere, Miss Proudfoot said of her decision to leave. Meanwhile, authorities revealed on Tuesday that at least 10,000 miles had been logged by those searching for the teenager, with an Amber Alert still in effect. So there's a lot going on in this search, ladies and gentlemen. It's still active. It's very active. It is very active. This search is. And let's continue to watch this video. I just wanted to give you guys like the most recent to updates that I'm seeing, which is not many.
This case, and we've been following it extensively. Boots on the ground. I am in Mississippi. There has been a Proudfoot spotting. Proudfoot spotting in Mississippi, and I want to show you what's going on. They're at a campground.
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Look, this is crazy. I'm just saying, he goes missing on foot and we're packing up and leaving. Who could have took him? It's obviously that he got lost in some type of terrain. If he did get out and nothing happened to him, I'm saying if he got out like they're claiming he got out, then he would be, I feel like he would have been found by now, right? You got hit by this pond. They probably searched the whole entire area from there on out. I don't know. This is not looking good, fellas. I got a bad feeling in my stomach about this Sebastian Rogers case. I really do. And I hope that's not true. I hope they find him alive. I hope that he's not deceased. But as time comes, I mean, we're 5 weeks, a missing autistic challenge kid that really needs help. Think about that. I definitely think something's wrong. I'm not an expert, but in general, and if you look at this and you look at the parents, what they're saying, Seth is out here fighting his own battle. You got stepdad and mom over here, even coming up on the news talking about, well, I hit him with a belt and he lies. It's like they say nothing good about him. So there is, us as the public are looking at them like, what the you're sus. Like, why are you saying this? Why are you talking about spanking them on the ass with belts and this, that, and the third? Why are we talking about the good things and what people should be looking for when it comes to Sebastian? That's what got to me. You said, I bet they lawyered up. You think so? Small Town Girl says, I do not feel everything has been searched like it should have been. Well, should. Camper, truck, work van, etc. What about the vehicle that she was in? Or, I'm sorry, her business vehicle that she didn't have permission, according to what she said on Nancy Grace. I don't have permission to put that make and model out. Oh, you don't? That's weird. Gina says, I think law enforcement really believed them the first days. What about now, though? What do you think about that now, Gina? Strange Suspicion says, what is the call-in number? We use StreamYard, so I do not know where to look. It's up top pinned, and I'm going to pop it up after we finish watching this video. I'll open the lines right up, and we can get deep into conversation. Now, this is still the video with JLR. I got to show you this. I thought it was playing. It's over here paused. There we go. It has the picture on the side. Hold up.
Yes, Yogi Bear Campground. Right on the other side of the border of Tennessee and Mississippi, close to Memphis. Now let's talk about Sebastian Rogers. A lot of people are a little bit mad right now that the stepfather and the mother have
for the 14 months. Thank you.
Or left their Henderson, Tennessee area home while Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, and volunteers are out there searching, looking, all in the woods of Hendersonville, Sumner County, and a lot of locations between Hendersonville, which is right outside Nashville, and Memphis, where Christopher Proudfoot worked as a crane operator. He said at St. Jude's Hospital. We went there, boots on the ground. They're actually doing a lot of construction. Sebastian could be out there somewhere. He even could be in Mississippi. And I say that because it's interesting about this case. We've been following every meticulous detail, every interview we've been listening to. And
why would you say? I mean, even the screenshot that I seen again shows Chris Proudfoot saying that they both took polygraph tests. Allegedly, the screenshot that was sent to me from earlier in March says somebody asked him on there, "Did you take a polygraph test?" He says yes, and that they both passed it. Okay, so let's fast forward this all the way up to Nancy Grace. She asked, have you both taken a polygraph test? Katie answers yes, and he answers no. I offered to take one, but they didn't have me take one. If they offered you to take one, why would they? If they didn't let you take one, I know that they can't use polygraph tests in court. We all know that. But in general, if somebody offers to take a polygraph test, I find it hard to believe that allegedly a police officer turned that down. I was like, nah. But then again, he did say this, though. Chris did say this. And if it is true, allegedly, then that would be why they didn't give him the polygraph test. Because if he was at work, you got to think about it like this. If he was at work and he has people that are able to say, hey, yeah, he was working here and he was working there, then they would probably be like, yeah, we don't need to give him a polygraph test. We know he was at work during this time, so he can't be the suspect. I'm just saying. Wow, thanks so much. Hope for fear. Appreciate it. What's going on, Don? Nice to see you. Will, sussy for sure. Yeah, that's a fact.
Proudfoot spoke to Nancy Grace.
Sent you an email.
And in that interview, Chris Proudfoot, the stepfather, admitted that he hasn't taken a polygraph. Interesting. Katie says she did and she passed. That's interesting. Where was Christopher Proudfoot during the early morning hours of February 26th or in the late night of the 25th? And is it possible? Now, I'm saying this because Proudfoot stayed in an RV park. And the RV park that I just showed you is one of a few that Proudfoot would stay at. He would take his truck with the RV and take it to the campground just south of Memphis in Mississippi, and then go to work and then go back. And he's claiming that he was in Mississippi, or we're not saying Mississippi, but near his work, which is most likely
still may know something
for all of more or less February. Since the beginning of February, he said he haven't seen Sebastian since the beginning of February, which is interesting. Damn. I'm just wondering, has authorities searched those campgrounds that are near Christopher Proudfoot, all in those areas? He claims he didn't take a polygraph. If he didn't take a polygraph, what about the alibi? Does he have an alibi or not? Sebastian is out there. Keep his name in the spotlight. Searchers are still searching. Volunteers.
What's going on?
Sumner County sheriffs are working around the clock in this case. I'm out in the field covering this case. I'm in Mississippi. I wonder why JLR is in Mississippi. Well, eyes and ears, folks. Eyes and ears. We got eyes. We see what's going on.
What's going on?
Will authorities arrest anybody
with
this case anytime soon? Maybe the Proudfoots? Are the Proudfoots going to be arrested anytime soon? Why did Katie Proudfoot join Christopher and leave and come all the way out into Mississippi. When Sebastian's still missing, no one's home.
Yeah, that's the part that is getting to me. So either one, you believe majorly somebody has him in Mississippi. Either you're thinking that or something's mighty wrong.
At the Proudfoots, you would think that the mother would stay closest at home, giving, hoping that Sebastian would actually return home, but the mother's not there. How long is the mother going to stay away? What's going to go on with Christopher Proudfoot? Is it going to be business as usual while his stepson's missing? Who was the last people besides the mother, Katie Proudfoot, to see Sebastian? Well, Katie revealed some information at the Nancy Grace interview and said it was 2 aunts and a cousin. They all went out to eat after they went to the bowling alley.
What if it's the
We've been to that bowling alley. We've been to BJ's. We've been retracing the steps of where they were the day before. I wonder where Christopher Proudfoot was on the 25th into the 26th. Where did he go? What's his alibis? What's his step-by-step? He vows and says he hadn't returned to that home until after the reported call that Sebastian was reported missing. He also revealed,
his wifey,
correct me if I'm wrong, 6:20 a.m., February 26th, he made the call. I guess they were on a 3-way call. And it's interesting because Katie said she woke up around 6 to wake Sebastian up for school. He wasn't there. And then some sort of course in between, Katie went out of the house and we started driving around looking for him. She did all this in the phone call from 6 o'clock to 6:20. Crazy. How long were the Proudfoots on the phone together before they decided to call authorities? Are they telling the truth, the Proudfoots? A lot of unanswered questions.
I don't know. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think that they're telling the truth? I'm about to open up these lines. I want to hear from y'all. I want to hear from y'all. We're about to open them up. Again, 219-885-9693. Phone numbers up top, pinned at the top. Above me right now, if you look on, this side over here. Up and, that way. Yeah, you get it. I'm about to open them right now. Okay, it's open. We're good. My understanding is that law enforcement verified he was out the state at work. Law enforcement told him he doesn't need to take a polygraph. That's kind of what I was looking at it like, right? You have to think like that. 908, it's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, Trev, it's Chris. How are you?
Chris, you're in the mix, man. What's going on? First call of the day.
I'm watching this thing here with Sebastian Rogers, and does anyone know if this guy Chris has a boat?
Does Chris have a boat? I don't know. Not that I've seen. I can't say no because I don't know that.
You know what I mean? Because he's got the RV, he's got the big house, he's got the motorcycles. Where's the boat? You know what I mean? Like, or is he splitting one with a friend or something like that? Does he have a boat? That's all I'm asking, Mm-hmm. But yeah, I feel bad for JLR too because I don't know why a rescue and recovery team volunteer like the Cajun Navy would be harassing him either. Coming up to his car and harassing him because all the guy's doing is putting out information and getting people to help look. So I don't know why that boggles my mind.
It doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense to a lot of us, Chris, is the fact that they are out of town when he is missing in town or allegedly went missing on foot. You know what I mean? Like, what? I just don't get that. I mean, I guess everybody's different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And most people with autistic children, they're very protective of them. They're very, they're always, with them and worried about them. And you have choking issues with food and everything. And then the theory about human trafficking, no, I respectfully disagree with that theory because I don't see anyone wanting to take a 15-year-old autistic child. And the reason being is they're too hard to control. Because human trafficking involves kidnapping and holding you against your will and stuff like for other purposes. So it would be harder to hold an autistic child. I'm sure it's been done, but it's very rare. But
I mean, come on, who's gonna hold this little? I mean, who's gonna take this little boy and hold him? But you never know. There's wild stuff that happens out there. But again, it's just mighty weird that, you know, you got this flashlight video. It's saying that he left with a flashlight. Where is he, Chris? They scented him at this pond. They emptied the pond out. He wasn't there. So did they follow this path or anything? Was there a path from that pond to the woods or anywhere around there? I mean, what is going on? Something is really wrong. 5 weeks. Do we really think he's missing? Is somebody hiding him out? What is going on?
He walks out of the house with no shoes on, and he has like what they say was like a pen light or something, which, and that video, I can't make nothing of it. You know, I'm sorry, but that video to me is not nothing, because, you know, you can't make heads or tails out of anything. So it's a couple lights and this and that, but I guess unless you know the area really good and all that. And you know what? The other thing I wanted to ask is if they had a pool.
Do they have a pool?
Yeah.
Let me pull this up. Oh yeah, this was.
Do they have a pool at their home? Because that's kind of like a community, like you know, upper middle class community with, you know, that's what it looks like to me. Where the homes are right next to each other.
Right.
Me myself, if I spent that kind of money, I would want some property.
What's up, bro?
But is there a pool there?
I don't know nothing about. I don't know if there's a pool there. Hey, you talk about at his house?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Proudfoots, yeah.
Nah, I don't think there's no pool there. There ain't no pool at that house. Not from what I've seen. If they have a pool, then that shit was hidden very good.
Yeah, I think if he wandered off and was disappeared, I think he would be very close to home. Get that far on it, with no shoes, no food, no water. So I don't think he could get that far. So I'm thinking, like, you know, I hate to say the worst, like, you know, they're not going to really find, you know, but, you know, it's such. I just feel so bad. All these people, they have such good hearts and everything. They're coming in there and they're running a rescue, trying to find this Sebastian, and you know, and
yeah, this guy's good. I have to read this. This dude's not bad.
Yeah, some really good-hearted people out there searching and stuff. And
man, there's tons of people out there searching, including his dad, day and night. And until the night, this guy is out there busting his ass to try to find Sebastian.
Yeah, Seth is his son Sebastian. Yeah, Seth is impresses me a little bit as a really good salt of the earth kind of man. You know. And the key to this case is his grandmother. She knows that kid since he was a baby, right? Yeah. So maybe she didn't spend, you know, maybe she spent weekends on and off or weekdays babysitting him when he was little and all that stuff. But she knows what's going on. She's smart. You know, she's outspoken. Oh, my time's up, dude.
I appreciate you, Chris, man. I always look forward to you to get through. You got through the first call today. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in, being a voice for Sebastian. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions and theories with us. I hope you have a blessed day, my brother. Stay vigilant. And you already know the saying, but I'm going to keep saying it forever. Lock your doors. Chris, good phone call. If you want to call in just like them, it's 219-885-9693. We are talking about the Sebastian Rogers case. Again, there's a lot of weird going on. In fact, what a mother and stepdad put Sebastian Rogers outside barefoot as a punishment or called his bluff to run away. What is going on here? 972, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Am I really?
Yes, ma'am. You were live. Live on the air.
Oh, Lord. I think I'm calling in on the wrong one. What show are you talking about right now?
On the wrong one?
What case are you talking about? Well,
calling on the wrong one. I can hear me playing in the back. That's me.
oh wow, that was like we're off set. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we're
It's
gonna be
offset.
off. We're off by a minute. We're probably off by like maybe 30 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay, well, I was thinking, I'm trying to figure this case out myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking if she puts her car in the garage like she said she did,
Yes, ma'am.
is there any way that if something did happen that night, have they checked landfills?
Mm-hmm. Have they checked the landfill? Which
Yeah.
one?
Well, I mean, just any local landfills.
They checked the Kentucky landfill, but we don't know why. We want to see that affidavit on why they searched it whenever it comes out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know why they had checked this Kentucky landfill, but they say it's by this job.
This is just a very strange case.
Oh, it is. I mean, he fell off the face of the earth walking. I mean, just like Riley had for a little bit.
And I mean, they lived in the country, right? I mean, it kind of looked like they did. I don't really know much about. So there's really no one. There's not like any apartments or, it's like it looks like a bunch of fields. Is that what they're surrounded by?
Looks like a bunch of fields. Yeah, there's
like they're like in
it's
the
a
country.
It's a lot of terrain, for sure.
Right.
There's a lot of terrain there.
Yeah, there's
a lot to cover there too.
So and why aren't the police? The police aren't saying something for a reason. Why aren't they coming out saying who so and so passed the polygraph, so and so didn't? Why aren't we hearing that from them?
It's still an active investigation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not gonna. You won't hear anything like that during an active investigation, in case it's information that they're allowed to divulge, which they won't give you much. They keep it close to the vest all the time, especially when somebody is actively missing.
Well, I'm comparing. I don't normally follow these, but I'm comparing these two cases, like with Madeline Soto and then this case. And I mean, sometimes that you don't think, like the caller before, I can't see that happening. I can't see. You got to understand that, including the dark web, things involved with that. When some cases come to light, I didn't see that happening.
Right.
So I mean, could be possible. Shoot, this has got me all messed up. I don't even know. Yeah, but I do know on the Madeline Soto case, I think that they're all involved. I mean, I'm alleging. But because we got quite a bit of gang activity that works with dark web and the pedo ring out in Florida. Right. So
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is. I hope something comes in light of this. I mean, it's just like the Riley that showed. They were able to find him in no time. This being 6 weeks, this is odd. Would he have met someone online somehow?
That's a lot of people are speculating that too. That's speculation. We don't know. Yeah, if law enforcement knows anything, they're keeping it close to the vest and it's not put out there. I mean, as far as we know, he left barefooted with a flashlight.
Crazy. With a flashlight. So they did.
Pretty wild. I mean, he just disappeared off the face of the earth. A lot of people, ladies, said foul play 100%. Could be.
Well, I mean, the guy before, the caller before, I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm saying, like, I understand that some people don't think that some people would want to meet up with someone like that. You're talking about sick people, and sick people want to do sick things. We're talking anywhere from serial killers to possibly someone that don't like autistic kids or anything.
You got in my seat.
Okay, hold on, honey. Okay, well, I'm not going to keep you. I'll let another caller come in.
Well,
but I mean, that sounds kind of. Okay, y'all have a good day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. You have a blessed day also. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. You were asking whose picture that was? I'll show you. It's Peter's. He's a deception detection instructor. I'm sure a lot of you know who he is. Maybe some of you don't. 252, I'm on with you. What's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're live. How you
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you. Yes, now I can.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, man. Covering the Sebastian Rogers case, what are your thoughts and opinions or theories or what's bothering you the most on this story?
Well, I've been thinking about it for some time now, trying to put the stepfather and the mother into this. I'm thinking, okay, there's a couple of scenarios. Supposedly, somehow the stepfather was at the house, and there was a confrontation with Sebastian, and maybe he backhanded him, hit him, and left a mark on him where they knew that they had to get rid of him, because if not, he would tell. And
damn.
So I feel like that maybe they're both involved, because why would Chris, I think that's his name, why would he, why would he risk going to prison if he did it by himself? Why would he risk going to prison to cover up if his wife did it?
Agree. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point too.
So I'm thinking something happened and they're both in it together and they're having to stick to their stories. Maybe it wasn't intentional, but it looks like to me Chris has a temper, and you could even hit the boy wrong, and he may hit his head and that killed him, but they had to get rid of the body. In order to get rid of the body, they had to show it as if he never left the house, because that way, they wouldn't have to explain anything. But supposedly they did put him in her car, which was in the garage. And his person has been in that car a lot. And who's to say that he didn't take him back to his job, and maybe he buried him under cement? We don't know, because as far as everybody else says and the police says, he was in his workplace. There's other ways to sneak out. Leave your cell phone there. Sneak out.
We've seen this in past cases where people have snuck out and had everything lined up, and they were at work and they were on the clock. I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just saying we've seen it before in other cases. I'm just saying plenty of times. Plenty of times.
I'm feeling really strong that whatever went down, it is involving her and him together cleaning up the act, because he didn't really give a crap about that boy anyway. So, but I don't see him risking going to prison for her doing it. So it had to been, I know autistic kids and how they can fly off the loop, or something, but out of anger, you want to go to sleep, you're ill, and the kid don't want to go to bed, you're often knocking silly. And it happens, and they had to get rid of them. And if that's not the scenario, the only other scenario I can think is that he believes that he ran away because that's what his wife is saying, and maybe she did something to him, and he was going to tell, and so she put him in her car, and she could have put him in. Today I saw another YouTuber looking in some woods behind a store, and there was something that caught my attention back there, and someone had said that she had been seeing at that store anyway. Well, back there, I don't know if it's been searched or not, but there is a manhole where you go in, it's got the metal top on it.
Right.
And I'm wondering if they actually have looked in that woods in that manhole. I mean, that's an easy place to put a body.
Yeah.
But there's areas right there that caught my attention on TV today. I mean, it caught my eyes. I kept going back to that manhole.
Did anybody
And
check
I
it?
wondered, that's just it. I don't know. And she was in that vicinity, but for some odd reason, I've been drawn to that manhole. And it's not that far from where they live, but it's behind a store where she was seen.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think both of them either are involved, but I don't think he would take up for her if he knew she did it to risk going to prison. I think he would tell her in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
so
that's
they
the
both
thing.
are in.
So you think that they're both in it together, allegedly?
Allegedly, I think, unless he totally believes her. And he's taken up for her in that way, that he has no knowledge.
I get that
Yeah.
too.
If not, they're in it together. One or the other had hurt that boy, and they had to get rid of him. And they had to do it in a way where it couldn't be tracked as far as leaving that house. Now, whether it happened in the house or the night they went out to eat, that Sunday night, there's something conspired where either she hurt the boy, had to get rid of him, call him, or he was already there.
So
I just believe that he would never risk him going to prison over her.
Yeah.
Unless they're both, whether it was an accident or not. This is my chance that I can get rid of this boy with her. And he went in it with her, but he's pretty smart dude. He looks like he's a pretty smart dude in regards to getting rid of something. Smart. And if he took that body and he took it back to his work site and they, poured cement or whatever, and he put that boy in there, he'll never be found.
Damn. I hope
he's somewhere.
I hope that's not the case. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in this community. But before I let you go again, you think this is foul play?
I most definitely do. It has nothing to do with someone taking this boy at all. And I also know for a fact the boy's dead. I feel it. I know he's dead 100%. There's no way he's alive. He's dead, and he's in a cold, dark place. I feel it. And I have predicted stuff before, and it was true what happened. I predicted the drowning of two little children. I predicted also a woman and her granddaughter underwater. I predicted it. But I know that I can't put my eyes and thoughts on where he's at, but I know he's in a deep, dark place, and he's no longer alive. And they know where he's at.
Oh, damn. Oh, you're talking about them. I know you're talking about.
Yeah. Either
CP and KP, allegedly.
There is no way he's going to go to prison to cover up for her unless they're both in it together, because he didn't really give a crap about that little boy anyway. He was going to be going to the birth father, and they don't want to pay child support to the birth father. It ain't about.
So you think that was the motive?
No, I'm just thinking that it's not about her letting the birth father have him. It's not about that. Someone had said that they thought, well, maybe she didn't want if she didn't have him, the birth father couldn't have him. I don't believe that's it at all. Okay, I think she was getting pretty good child support money from him for the little boy. But even as a normal child can get on your nerves, a 15-year-old autistic child can get on your nerves too, a lot worse. You can easily hurt somebody by not meaning to do it. And there's a good possibility that when this happened, that Chris said, well, you know, just to himself, I don't like this little boy. He ain't done nothing but cause us trouble. They were having trouble in their marriage. It was causing marital issues. And this was a way. She, you know, some women will do anything to save their relationship.
Yeah.
And she could have took her anger out on this boy. God only knows what went on in that home.
We'll see. We'll find out. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. Again, we'll see what happens. We'll see how this plays out. Your theory is good. I think that's a good theory, honestly. Thank you so much for being a voice for little Sebastian. We'll keep following this story. Again, no leads, no nothing so far. And if the police know anything, they're super quiet. But ma'am, I need you to do two things. Lock your doors and stay vigilant. Thank you so much. God bless. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Make her say, she's got a good point. She actually had a really good point. She did have a really good point. I gotta give that to her. Were they in it together allegedly? I don't know. But if Chris was cleared, then it would be, you know, mom allegedly knowing something, right? 540, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, you
yes,
there?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You were live. Talk to me. How you doing today? First of all.
I'm sorry, what?
How are you doing today? First of all.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Hope you're doing and feeling much better.
Yes, I feel a lot better today. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. So here's what I just want to say this. One of the things that I've been hearing Katie say through this whole thing is she's been saying my house, my house. She never, ever refers to our house. She always says my house. And so on an interview, and I can't tell you which one, but they were talking about Chris, and Chris has said, oh yeah, I was coming home. I was coming home all the way up till February 1. And, you know, then he says, but I haven't been back till I was called to the 26th. So here's what I'm thinking. Possibility, just speculating, was that he found out about the affair. And he's mad. I mean, he's like mad. Maybe it wasn't the affair. Maybe they were just arguing. But he went off to live in the RV during February.
Right.
Now, let's just say speculation that because they do say that the person who they were having an affair with has brought the, you know, we don't have it yet, but anyway. So let's just say, yes, it was an affair or whatever that they were separating over. Being with his past, with the women that he's been married to, I just wonder if he didn't get really, really mad. Really mad. Just sitting there stewing his little RV thinking about, you know, my woman's down there. We've been married, blah, blah, blah. I put up with that. And he's done something. Perhaps, maybe, when you think about it, the only people that knew the code, so to speak, that night would have been the mom, Katie, Christopher, and Sebastian. I don't believe Sebastian went and left. Okay? I don't think that at all. Perhaps maybe the dad come in, snuck in. You know, he knows the back room where Sebastian's at. He could have done anything and, you know, took him. What I'm trying to say is I think more and more the way I'm looking at him as the culprit, because he's got more of a motive. He's mad. He's not been at the home. And she keeps saying, my house, my house. And I kept thinking, well, you know, if y'all been married that long, it'd be our house. But she keeps saying my house. And so I'm just wondering if, because maybe Katie in her way, you know, obviously loved her son, you know, taking him out, taking him away from Seth and taking him away from Katie. And I'm just leaning towards that now because, you know, if the mother in fact has passed the polygraph, which I know, you know, she could pass it and still be not truthful.
Right. I mean, people know how to finesse these things.
Absolutely. And she obviously, I mean,
that's why they don't use them in court, right? You know, they can, some people just can finesse it. They got the
right.
ability. So I get what you're saying.
So, I mean, there's a lot of speculation that they did it together, and I haven't left. I haven't left the house, so to speak. But I just wanted to throw that out there to give maybe, because she kept saying, "It's my house. It's my house." He said on an interview, "I've been coming in. I was coming in, every couple weeks, or I was coming." But then he said, February 1, I haven't been back. Now, why? Were you all arguing? Was there just an ultimatum? Were you all starting a divorce process? What,
Yeah.
who would have, because my understanding, she said the insurance policy, that Seth had an insurance policy. My understanding, of course, could not, in other words, maybe they haven't been truthful about it, but from my understanding, there's not an insurance policy from her. So who's got the motive? Who's the one that's hitting him with the belt? Who's the one that's demeaning him all the time? They both are, but he really, gotcha, and, that type of thing. And so it just makes me wonder if he didn't sneak in and get Sebastian out of the house. Now, I'm just saying that this is one thing I'm thinking about. There could be any possible, but I just thought maybe I'd throw that out there to everyone, and just because she keeps saying my house, he hadn't been there for weeks. Then all of a sudden, he's coming in for weeks like normal. Then all of a sudden, February 1, he stops. And then all of a sudden, Sebastian's missing. So that's kind of what I wanted just to throw out there, because he's, I don't know. He's, I think that, hopefully they're going to get him to do a polygraph to kind of, move forward. But the other thing was, I noticed, I know all the people, behavioral people, but I kept seeing him look and shift his eyes to Katie. Like, I noticed, I kept thinking, why is he doing that? Like, what is she going to say? Or, what is she going to say? And the other thing, somebody pointed out too, that Katie said, I'm off social media. I don't care. But people are saying, he's been very, very involved, monitoring, so to speak, Facebook pages and, the lives and all this and that. But yet, why aren't they out there searching? Why isn't he out there searching? And then somebody said this morning, I don't know who it was or whatever, but said that he had taken down the flyers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's when I finally said, I got to say something. I got to call in and say something, because you know what? That's hate. That's just mean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. If you're arguing with whoever, whatever, this boy is missing. And the likelihood of him surviving whatever is, are you kidding me?
That's crazy.
You're going to take the pictures down of your stepson? And then I got to thinking, what is he doing? It's like he's setting himself up, because I know about the Summer Wells case. That's major to my heart. Is he trying to get, what is he setting himself up for? Because right now, he looks to be like a prime suspect. His anger is what I'm trying to say. And would he been angry enough to take out Sebastian, because he was hating how his life was going. He was hating how his marriage was going. He hated the relationship, between father and son. I mean, I don't know. I just want to throw that out there.
And again, before I let you go and move on to the next caller, foul play. Do you think foul play in your mind?
Absolutely.
That's what's going to end up happening.
No doubt about it.
Be some arrests here.
Yeah. No, bless his heart. That's all I can say is bless his little heart.
I hope they find him. You got to find him. And hopefully, I want to know what was in that affidavit again for that landfill. What made them go search there? Just from those prior cases that we've seen, and there's another case going on right now, little Elijah View. They searched the landfill. What was in that PCA to search the landfill? That's what I'm saying. So again, they didn't just search that landfill for no reason. And if law enforcement does have anything, they're holding it close to the vest, and they're going to continue to do that. Mm-hmm. So we're all out here speculating a lot right now. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice for little Sebastian. I hope you have a blessed day. Make sure you stay vigilant and lock your doors. But you can say this last thing. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's a prayer in God's word, and it says, those things that are hidden shall be revealed. And I'm telling you, I pray that over all these children, because those things, Sebastian, Summer, all of them, Elijah, they're going to be found. I don't know when, but they will be found. because we're praying. And God's word never, ever returns void, ever. And that's the army there, is God's army. And we're speaking the word of God over this situation. So thank you so much for taking your time to listen. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. God bless you, man. And anytime you want to call through, you got something on your mind, you're more than welcome to. Thank you so much for being a voice on today's show. We appreciate you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Be heard today. What's your thoughts on this case? This is a very sad story. I believe her family has the boy hidden something. Those just got too far and she can't get out of it now. So like a Carly Russell thing? Is that what we're thinking? Is that what you're thinking? 865, you're live. This must be Mary.
Hello?
Oh, no, it ain't. It ain't Mary. What's going on? 865, you're live. Talk.
This is my first time. Now I'm nervous.
You're fine. You're good. Don't be nervous. It's just me and you.
I had to turn you down, though. When I see you on, I found you like 2 weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm addicted, and I put you on my big TV, so I had to turn my volume down.
You're good. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
I like to think outside the box a little bit. So I'm going to steer away from the parents for a minute and just say that I keep seeing comments that he's being moved around. If he's being moved around, he would still have to be with us. Because if he wasn't, you can't cover that up. I mean, your body goes through processes, and it's impossible to like be moving him around and not be with us still. I'm trying to be respectful.
Yeah.
When I say that, I worked in the emergency field, and it's that's all I'm going to say. He would, and I hope maybe he is being moved around, because that would mean he is with us. But they did say in the Nancy Grace interview that he had trouble, like with other kids and fitting in. So the flashlight thing, could that have been some bullies from school? I mean, kids nowadays are very mean.
That's a good point.
First time that happened. And he got excited. I'm thinking of a child who won't walk outside without shoes or socks.
And that's a good point that you're making on that, because what did they say on the Nancy Grace show? I'm pretty sure they said that, Chris said that he liked touch kids, and kids weren't too comfortable with that. And then something about, what did he say? Hold on, I gotta find it. He gets a little too close with kids that do not accept it much. And he also said it causes an issue and he will not stop. Instead of being honest, he lies to him about it.
Yeah, something along those lines. So I started wondering, were these bullies? He got excited thinking they were friends and ran outside with a flashlight, meeting friends. I don't know. My other thought is it one flashlight running towards a car? That was another one. Like, you can see the two flashlights together, but then you see the one over to the right. Is that one over to the right maybe him? And that's a vehicle back there? I don't know. But then, do we have video of him after he walked the trash can to the road? Is there video showing him going home, back in the house?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's video. I guess the neighbor said that she saw it, or there was video or something.
I read something on the Facebook group I'm in, right? And it allegedly there's a rain cam footage out there across the street, and the lady said that she could see the lights flickering on and off in the dining room or something like that. I read it. I was like, what? I even pulled it up on my last show.
Yeah.
So I was like, what is that?
Yeah, but I know somebody said something like they saw him taking the trash, or there was a video of him, but was there one of him walking back to the house? Another thing, too, is he did have a really busy day that day, and that is a lot of stimulation on a child, especially with special needs.
Right.
Did he have a meltdown, and did they lock him out?
Yeah, they went to BJ's, right? The bowling alley. And I forget where else, but yeah, they did have a busy day that day.
Special needs, I always call it kung fu grip. You know, they can get very violent sometimes because they just don't understand what they're doing. So I wondered if maybe he got locked out of the house because she just didn't want to deal with it. And then the area that the dog hit on, we all saw that. I mean, I was like watching, I rewound that because the dogs fascinate me, and I watched it like 3 times just watching the dog alert. Could that have been a setup? Because immediately when that dog alerted, I'm going back to the parents, they skipped town. Like it was simultaneously almost. Now, is that coincidence? Maybe.
Yeah, they did go to dinner. It was dinner and what, bowling alley and BJ's and what else?
Shopping for snacks.
And he did remember the last 2 people outside of what Chris and Mom to see him was the 2 aunts and I think maybe an uncle, from what I gathered. So I mean, those were the last people that have seen him outside of those 2, which was that night or day.
So another thing I thought of too is when that dog alerted, the dog alerted and the family left. Could that have been a setup and that's why nobody's gone out to check it? I mean, maybe the cops are hitting dead ends and so they say, hey, let's set this up. They're going to find it. Let's see who takes off. I don't know. It's a little far-fetched, but it's coincidental that they left so quick after that video posted of the dog alerting.
The video posted of the dog alerting. Are you talking about the one that was live on stream?
Yes.
With the soft ground or whatever? And they found, what was it, tape or blood, tape, insulation, something like that.
But the parents took off right after that.
Yeah, but they never even searched that allegedly. Or it was or they're saying it was a dead homeless man. I'm sorry.
Well, they never searched it, so they don't know.
But why would it? Why? Obviously, I don't know if it was a cadaver. Was it a cadaver dog or was it because were they going off his scent?
Yeah, it would have had to be cadaver.
I can't remember if it was. I think they said it was a cadaver dog, which is going based off of human. No dog alerted.
What if it was a training thing for the dog?
It could. I don't know how
long. And see who's going to take off.
I mean, that dog was definitely barking, laying down right in that area. So it was very odd how they were booted off the property very fast after that was found.
That is true. Yeah, something's there. And then also I wanted to tell you, I listened to your SP7 sessions. And Paranormal Nightmare just did one today. You might want to go check it out because there's some similarities. You guys could swap notes.
Interesting. I don't know who that is, but I'll check it out. Email me that so I don't forget. Email me that, and I appreciate you again calling in. Email me the stuff about what you were just talking about, though, because I'm curious about that. Do you have my email?
No, hold on.
Whenever you're ready, I got you. You can write it down or whatever.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's revgangtruecrime@gmail.com.
Revgangtruecrime.
At gmail.com. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you have a great day.
Thank you. I hope you have a blessed day too. Thank you for calling in and getting over that nervousness that you had at the beginning. I think you did well today. Thank you so much for being a voice, not only for Sebastian, but anyone that you participate in and cover. I appreciate you, man. God bless you. And I hope you have a blessed day. Lock them doors. Stay vigilant. Good phone call. Good points. I mean, there's some stuff. 219-885-9693. Brenda Hill in the building. What's going on, Brenda? What if the stepdad was there, garbage out, took Sebastian with him on his way to work? Damn. 210, you're on the show. Talk to us. 210, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. How are you, T-REV?
I was like, hold on, I didn't want to hang up on you. I'm good. How about yourself? How you doing today, first of all?
I'm doing great. Hi, chat. I just want to say real quick, I'm disturbed with the mother saying about the thud that she heard in his room, but yet she didn't go check on him. And I sent you an email. I've been trying to get your attention in the chat, but I sent you an email of a reading that was done today. And if you listen to it, it's not that long. And the things that she pop up on, it's almost confirmation of everything that everybody thinks. Because I did listen to when you did your spirit box, and it was awesome. But it's also confirmation of your spirit box.
Interesting. That's what somebody just said.
Yeah, but I sent you the video. I sent you the video. This one is cards. She's gonna do an ITC later, but she's been really good. I don't want to say her name on there, on air, unless that's okay.
I mean, I don't care.
It's Candace Starr.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the email I sent you, and she just did her reading today, and I sent it to you so you can see it. And
I'll check it out when I get off here for sure. I'll definitely keep it.
Blew my mind. The people in the chat might be like, "Whoa!" if you showed it to them. So that's all I wanted to tell you.
No, I feel you. I try, like for me personally, that's why I got my paranormal channel. I go over there if I want to do that. Here, I try to keep it topic wise and about, because I know there's some people that don't like that, and I respect it 100% full circle. So that's why I made my second channel for that reason, for the respect of others who don't. So again, like this, I'm gonna check it out when I get off here. You sent it to me in the email? Which email?
Yes, I did. My email starts off NEK.
NEK. Hold on. I'm not seeing you. Maybe it's not the new email. Maybe it's the old email you sent it to.
No, I sent it to the Rev Gang. True Crime. The subject line said it starts off Sebastian. It's a YouTube video in the subject line.
I see a few of them. There's a lot coming through. Damn, there's tons of videos coming through. I'll find it though. You said your name was what again?
My email starts off NEK.
NEK.
.WR.
NEK. I don't know why it's not showing. NEK. It's not even popping up like it came through. I'm checking spam too. I don't see it in spam either.
Okay, I'll send it again to you.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about though. I can go get it. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, please find it and just watch where she pops out, and it's gonna blow you away. I'm telling you.
All right, I'll check it out.
Lastly, I just want to tell y'all this: the flashlight video. I was watching the video, and next to it, they were putting up the daylight picture of the back of the house versus where the flashlights were coming from, right? If you look at where the flashlights kind of disappear and everything, that goes right up against their driveway. Those bushes, the driveway to their house is right there. So just say that was Sebastian coming out and he disappeared. The driveway is right there.
Yeah, it is right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
So what were what were the two flashlights that they're saying, or the two lights that they were seeing? Why would there be two? Was it one chasing them and one was his? Like, what was going on with that?
Now think about this. If, just say allegedly, if it was Chris, right? And he's under the other set of trees backed up against that other house. They get Sebastian out of the house and they learn with a flashlight because they know he liked the flashlights. He walks towards them, right? And then the other flashlight comes out. You know, it comes out real fast, right? Yeah, and it heads almost toward the driveway in a sense, or back toward the back of that house where the driveway would be at. You know, that's all I'm saying. It just seemed kind of perfect once I saw the daylight version versus the nighttime version of the flashlights. And that way you can see the back of their house. And then their driveway is like right there. And when that first light goes away, it's because of the trees. And their driveway is right there. You know, and so it's like the other light was on, you know, like, hey, come over here, Sebastian, come over here. And then all of a sudden, Sebastian goes out of sight. Then you see one flashlight heads back toward the way Sebastian was. And that would be going toward the driveway or the house.
Mm. I mean, do you think this is foul play? Somebody hurt him, or you think he's just lost?
I think it's foul play. This is too perfect to be just lost. Yeah, I think it's foul play.
We'll see how it plays out. Again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in this community. And I'm definitely going to check out the video you talked about and see what's going on out there. You know, I love that stuff. So I appreciate you calling and let me know about that. And I'll be looking for that email because for some reason, I don't see anything in there about nothing. I don't see no emails from you.
Okay.
I appreciate you, though. Thank you for being a voice
right.
for Sebastian. And thank you for having the courage to call in. I need you to do two things. You already know what those two things are. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Good phone call. Much love to everybody who does call in. Hold up, let me play something. I actually wanted to play something for you guys again, and it's this video, and maybe you've seen this video, right? But I want to give you some context on it because it's Peter, right? A lot of people may not know who he is. Well, this is Peter. He's a deception detection instructor, seminars for law enforcement, intelligence, military and business employment, analyst, anonymous author, identification. Okay, so we're going to check this out. I got you right here. Here's Peter right here. This is Peter. He gives his opinion, and that's the guy I just read his credentials off to you. This is him giving a breakdown on the parents. Do you guys want to check this video out, or should we continue to take calls? I'm going to let you run the show. I'm looking at the majority of comments that come through right now. Do you want to watch this, see this, his opinion, this professional instructor, or just keep taking calls? Let me know. Question: where did where did he get the flashlight from? Was it already in his bedroom, or did he have to go somewhere in the house to get it? I don't remember seeing where he had to go get it from. I don't remember seeing that. Take the ride. You said I listened to 2 readings yesterday and they are similar to yours. Huh, interesting. I heard that the trash in the street. Okay, yes. Watch it, play it. I saw it. Yes. Play. Okay, wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Yep. Okay. Y'all have spoke and you have been heard.
Because they're spending all their effort and energy worried about what the child is experiencing at that moment. Just the pattern of innocent parents.
Okay, let's take it back a tad bit. I just want to get to where he jumps into it.
What will appear to be at times distracted in interviews because they're spending all their effort and energy worried about what the child is experiencing at that moment. Just the pattern of innocent parents. And, regrettably, but beneficially in terms of analysis, in terms of understanding, there's been too many of these crimes to not have some form of data put together.
And again, go over here if you haven't, or you don't, maybe you're not familiar with him. I mean, this guy has good expertise. You could probably be educated by him on many different things. I just read off his credentials, very educational type of guy. So I'm dropping a link to his channel over there. Let him know T-REV from the Rev Gang sent you. I'm dropping the link down below. Make sure you subscribe to him. Show him some love. Again, it's an educational person. He's given his thoughts and opinions on the language of Sebastian Rogers' stepfather. Okay.
And what we find is no different than if you were out shopping and your child wandered off, you'd start yelling and looking immediately. In this particular case, 15-year-old Sebastian is autistic. I don't think in any way it's mild. I think there were significant challenges for him. In this case, he lived with his mother and his stepfather, who's ready to move to his father's. And in that initial interview, the media labeled it breaking their silence, which I thought was an accurate tag to give it.
Yeah.
And you ask yourself, well, why would anyone be silent when their child is missing? And I don't know of any circumstances where police have said be silent. I think the standards set long ago, polygraph me, get the media in front of me. I got to get my son or daughter's name out there, face out there, that sort of thing. We didn't see that. We had to have the silence broken. And so that first interview.
I only watched part of it, Carrie. I saved it to watch with all of you guys so we could go over it. To be honest with you, I have not watched this video in its entirety.
I concluded in terms of statement analysis that mother and stepfather
Sharon, welcome.
were concealing information about the case.
Thank you, Tanny.
And the time period of the information that's missing was just before he went missing, just before he, in their words, he left. And so that I knew immediately something was wrong with this case. But some other observations on the language. Mother and stepfather did not give an indication that they knew he was dead, at least in the language. With respect to
agreed
others' opinions on that, I could be wrong on it, but I'll explain why a little bit, why that is. So there was nothing for about a week, no calling out, nothing. And then we saw this video where, to me, I'm not a body language expert, but it looked like a hostage video to me. Blink twice and tell me you're okay or you need rescue, where he dominated and he was in control of the information. After that, it is as if they have gone on a tour. And what it really is an apologetic tour, apology meaning defense of the stepfather. Now, I'm going to comment on some of the interviews. I can't separate which one is which. There's been too many. So they got the memo. People were upset they weren't speaking out. Now they're speaking out all the time, and the content is so important. The content is this. Chris is a great guy.
You said no credentials. I seen somebody in the chat said he has no credentials. Well, from what I'm looking at, I mean, these are the credentials I'm looking at right here. Is this not the right person? Deception detection instructor, seminars for law enforcement, intelligence, military and business employment analyst, and anonymous author identification. It seems like he has something.
And people should mind their own business. And a common theme for him is, you better respect me. In all that I've heard, other than at times an interviewer directly asking, I've not heard Chris speak of what his stepson is going through while missing. Chris perceives himself as a victim, and he's ready to fight. I know that some of the interviews are very difficult to watch or listen to because the interviewers just talk and talk and talk, and they don't understand. They don't hold the information. He does. And now that he's allowing her to speak, she does.
Damn.
Let them speak. Let them speak for themselves. When someone asks a compound question, it allows the person being interviewed to pick and choose what he would like to answer. When they ask a multi-compound question or go on in a moralistic sense, right, there's no reason to moralize in a case like this. A child is missing. We want the information. But when they ask
it's a good point.
Multi-compound question, very likely the subject of the interview, if he is showing deceit, which Chris is now, he's going to pick up on one of those things and use it for an answer because they're suggesting answers. So it's frustrating. They don't know that, they don't have training in that. And they'll go on about some personal experience and they think they're building rapport. Not with him. I said recently to someone, I've interviewed him 100 times. I haven't interviewed him. What I mean by that is I have hundreds of times interviewed controlled abusers. And almost always they're a step parent or a boyfriend. And his language gives us a lot. So this morning I was listening to yet another interview, and the usual frustration of some of it is tainted by the interviewer.
Why is it lagging like that? That's crazy. Is that his? Is that his lagging like that? That's wild.
Past the interviewer's monologue, it could be difficult to get any type of a pure answer. When he goes off for himself, then we get some. And this time, and you're seeing it more now, she's allowed to speak, and speak she does. So there's some things I want to talk about that, and some of the things they said that are revelatory. So I posted on X, which was Twitter. Short commentary, a little bit of analysis, that sort of thing, about my views of the case. In their initial interview, they were not just repetitive, which is sensitive, but they spoke reliably that he walked out the door. And of course, some with training will question about why a door, and the door is very sensitive. As they're speaking now, they're still staying to that. And consider they may be telling the truth. And what they may be concealing, what I believe they're concealing, is an altercation of some form.
YouTube issue?
And an escalation that was more than just that Sunday. That goes back and part of the history.
Thank you,
at least I think at least 2 years. And I'll get to some of that questions. So one of the things I posted on X was that Child Protective Services should be fully engaged here in a full investigation, and they should interview everyone, including the paternal grandmother, Seth's mother.
Interesting.
She has said she has information. She needs to be interviewed. She needs.
So if she has information, though, that maybe she's already told it to law enforcement, right? Or did she?
To be heard, she should have been interviewed by law enforcement, but no less. Child Protective Services know that. One of the things that happens with a missing child case, you say, well, why would Child Protective Services get involved in a missing child case? Because we don't know what caused the child to go missing. Now, let's say the child is a victim of kidnapping. Were the parents neglectful that someone was able to get into the house? Well, how could they be neglectful if someone broke into their house? Perhaps they were intoxicated. These are things that have to be known. Also, patterns of behavior have to be known.
Hey, welcome.
So the interviews would be, with a missing child case, to find out if that child is found, should that child go back to this house again? Now, I covered quite a bit a while back on Summer Wells' case. And the drug involvement alone would invite all sorts of trouble onto that property. And then there was the language from the father that indicates sexual abuse. And it was a really bad case. And she's still technically missing. So we want to know, is the child in jeopardy if the child returns to this home? So we need to know what the home was like. We need to know the quality of the relationship between mother and child. We need to learn the history. That means, in this particular case, mother, stepfather,
I don't know.
Bio dad.
I don't know if they searched that argument.
Grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers, coaches, pediatrician, neighbors, anyone. And one of the questions asked, do you have concerns? And what you may learn is, yeah, we've had concerns. Or no, I don't let my own son go over there, and hear the reasons why. And so it's not accusatory towards anyone. It's the gathering of information. We need to know. And so in interviewing a pediatrician, for instance,
miserably,
have you had concerns? He opens the chart and maybe there's red marks there, or I've addressed them. And my follow-up question to the pediatrician would be, have you met the stepfather? What was your impression? Because he leaves quite an impression. So the Child Protective Services, Department of Children and Family, whatever it's called in different states, should have been involved immediately, and Seth's mother should have been interviewed right from the start, both law enforcement and
people keep saying
Child Protective Services. Most of my viewers know that I'm very slow to criticize law enforcement. Oftentimes there's things behind the scenes that we don't know of, and that sort of thing. This should have been done. This should have been done. The history is so important. I had said recently, there's no way this guy doesn't have Child Protective Services history. No way. And then I learned this morning from listening to that interview that apparently he set up, or he insisted upon.
Very smart.
He does have TPS history. And what he said was, in 2 states, almost as if he's bragging about it, what he's doing is he's getting out in front of it. He'll answer the accusation before it hits him. And as people who are experienced,
welcome back, Kelly,
with being investigated for child abuse, understand the Child Protective Services can't speak publicly about it. So the parent.
Okay, and also, do you guys remember during the interview when Nancy talked about CPS? And they said Nancy asked about the belt incident, and he says that was the only time, and it didn't make it to CPS, the belt incident. So Chris had proceeded to say that he only hit him one time with the belt, but that didn't make it to CPS. So what did? What made it to CPS? Right?
Or step parent investigated can say anything they want, and they do.
Bishop. Thank you, Scorpio.
The caseworker, the department that handles this, they can't speak to it anyway.
Thank you.
So there's nothing they can say. It's all one-sided. They can give information with police, though, and should. So what does the stepfather's language reveal? And one of my associates, Jenny, did an excellent job on we call it a psycholinguistic profile, a profile based on the language. And I alluded to this when I said, I've interviewed.
He does.
I've interviewed him 100 times, meaning that there's a pattern that emerges. He has the classic language of an abuser. And what I mean by classic is that it's repetitive, it's patterned, and it's easy to spot. If someone's experiencing that, they're going to know right away. Yeah, there we go. And when he was talking this, well, for me, it was this morning, or maybe it was last night when it was aired.
You're welcome, Kate.
He confirmed everything that Jenny wrote about. He confirmed it. About being crystal clear, that emphatic forcefulness, the aggressiveness. Some of the descriptions people have used, including Jenny, combative, authoritative.
You're actually right about that. I wrote it down too. I have the in the notes as we watched it the other day and took notes live on stream. What was it? Filed a TPO and wife fled to New Mexico. Then he handed his daughter over to wife. She goes to New Mexico. That part, is that the part you're talking about?
Authoritarian. He is also acutely defensive. This is a guy that does not like to be insulted. And he went on and on and on. And he's done that defending himself. He ended up admitting that he has, nothing to hide. And then, of course, he doesn't answer questions. But in this particular case, he did about his marriages. This is his 5th marriage. And if you've seen some of the transcripts from Facebook, he's on his 5th marriage giving marital advice. That's insight into personality. I don't care how many times he's been married. I care about this poor kid. But what matters is what he's revealing. He's had 2 that he admits up to now, at least 2 CPS investigation, or at least in 2 states. I think there might be more.
Bing bang.
At one point, he was asked about Sebastian coming between them in a sense to protect his mom. And he gave a very strong laugh. A very strong laugh. Let me see if I can get that. A strong laugh. And I listened to that. I said, oh, here's the tough guy. Here's the tough guy. Here's the guy that
You're welcome.
Laughs off that someone would need to come between them. Oh, he's come between them. I think that might have come from the dad as he's speaking more. We also learned how much he dismisses questions that are relevant. There were intelligent questions being asked over several interviews.
Didn't get involved.
One question that he became very dismissive of was he was asked, do you lock your refrigerator? And he acted as if it was absurd. It was the mother talking about that all Sebastian ate was
That's
sugar.
a good point.
Which means a glucose roller coaster for him and his dysregulated emotions. And so that was a good question to ask. It's one of the questions I thought, hey, someone's paying attention. Someone may have some experience there. Because there's all sorts of issues around locking a refrigerator. Sometimes it's for the child's own safety. Sometimes it's because they're being treated cruelly. But it's quite nuanced. It was a great question. Another person asked, how long have you been married? And what he says is that has nothing to do with the investigation. It has everything to do with the investigation. Your demeanor, your relationship, what the household is like. If you're saying that he walked out the house, and I think you're telling the truth there, if you're saying he walked out, we want to know why. And all these things can point to the reason why. The language where he keeps talking about how brash he is, he's brash while the stepson is missing. And when someone says that, and you probably heard this in different phrases, hey, I really tell it like it is. Okay, so you are someone who irritates others and brags
That's my
about
problem, though. If he offered and volunteered to take a polygraph, why wouldn't law enforcement take him up on that? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me at all. Because he went on to Nancy Grace's and said that specifically, said that he volunteered to take a polygraph test, but what was it? Law enforcement said he didn't need to.
Stop the cap.
But I mean, it could be the job. We did discuss that earlier, that it could be the job on why he did not take the polygraph, or why the police said, if they did say that, if they did. But it's weird that right after, like around that time of this interview, they allegedly go out of town. And you're
giving yourself a license.
He's spot on
to be that way, to be angry. No, this guy's got some real serious anger issues.
Yeah, and he didn't treat the YouTuber that he went on with, Smiley. I mean, that was like his tone there was, I don't know, like pissy. And then he got on there with Nancy and it was like, yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. I mean, that was his demeanor during that interview compared to the Smiley interview. The Smiley interview, he was more arrogant, in my opinion.
He's controlling, he's aggressive. The mockery of Sebastian was rough, I think, to hear. Everything he wants to challenge and say, let's see the evidence, let's prove it, let's prove it. I've heard him speak a lot now for concern for himself. I haven't heard anything about concern for Sebastian. It doesn't mean he killed him.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that. We know.
It means he cares about himself. I think Sebastian, what we're seeing in the language or hearing is what Sebastian lived under. And I think Seth is telling the truth, that Sebastian didn't wear a diaper at his house, but did at the mother's house. That speaks to anxiety and could be worse. I don't want to get into that now, but in the least, it can speak to anxiety of being a 15-year-old under this super insecure,
Barbie,
acutely defensive, controlling, narcissistic, aggressive very little man, which may indicate that Sebastian either left on his own or was put out by the mom. I'm not beyond that one yet.
Come on, if you put a 15-year-old autistic kid outside, shame on you.
Let me give you a reason. It's a hint. I don't know if it's true or not. It's a hint.
Allegedly.
Let's see if I can show it to you here.
That's a fact. He was, Mar. In my opinion, he was a dick on that interview. And
just a small thing that I heard her say audibly that I was concerned about.
He went outside to take the garbage out because it was his chore to take out the garbage.
He went outside to take out the garbage because it was his chore. And what those that are in training will recognize is that there's much sensitivity there. Okay, she explains why he went outside, and you'll see this. This is the explanation of why he went outside. But then she doubles up on it. And I heard that it's now very sensitive.
He could still be at work.
And it's often a sensitivity that is indicative of deliberately withheld information. You didn't, once you told us why he went outside, we're done. You didn't have to double up on it.
He said you didn't have to double up on it. Huh.
She did. She felt the need to double up on it.
Why? What would be your opinion on why, though? Let's hear it.
And I thought to myself, did she lock him out without his shoes?
Damn.
At the behest, I think, of the stepfather.
At night, lock him out without his shoes. At night, they get a hit at the pond. Does he walk out, go down towards this pond? They drained out the whole entire pond, not anything found in this pond. Did he walk around the pond? Is that why the dogs got a hit at this pond? What is around the pond? What paths can you what paths can you take from this pond? You have to be able to go a couple different places. I know there's probably terrain out there everywhere, but I haven't seen the actual pond that they're talking about, the drain pond. I mean, how many more angles can you take? You can probably either go back towards your house or there may be woods. Who knows? Has anybody seen this pond that they drained? Anyone?
Who shows no empathy. He has shown no empathy.
That's a good
he may respond when he's fed something.
Yes.
But when he's speaking freely, when he's choosing his own words, when he is now off talking.
I see you.
He doesn't show empathy.
I always see you, Jen.
Did he on the phone tell mother, lock him out? Is that why she has this, what we call like a hyper need to explain why he was out there? His stepson is missing. He called his stepson a liar.
This guy's interesting.
And Chris is the victim. CPS isn't going to answer that.
I've raised 2 high-functioning spectrum.
So they went from not speaking to now not stop speaking. He also said on this, there's someone that does a YouTube channel that he doesn't like. And this is his theme, that he's giving these interviews to make things crystal clear, of course, the emphasis, but supposedly to get his stepson's name and face out there still. And then he says, but he won't do an interview with this one fellow because he's...
hold on, you said there was no hit outside his home, but there was a hit at that pond that was, and if I'm not mistaken, Chris said in the interview it was 0.2 miles from the house or 0.3. This pond that they drained, that they did get a hit at. So that's the part I'm talking about. Like as far as the house, you said they didn't get a hit at the house. No hit was outside of his home, but yet they get a hit at a pond. Interesting. Was he put into a vehicle? What happened there?
Making money off it. And you see in some of these interviews, thank you for your $10. And, you know, it seems like a televangelist type of deal. And it's distasteful. Would that stop you from getting your missing child's name and face out there? Would you really care?
Interesting. Odessa.
And then he demands respect. He demanded it from Sebastian, and he demands it from the audience. He's making demands on people he has no control over. He's trying to control the narrative. So my opinion on what happened is that he got locked out of the house, and both are responsible. And I think there's much more in terms of domestic violence and child protective services involvement than his minimizing statement about it. Much more. This is an angry man. He's not afraid to show his anger. He'll call himself brash over and over and over. The one thing I found that was quite scripted was the mother is really good at repeating. And he said, "I love you, Mama." And I think some people don't understand why I flagged that, why it's so important. It's generally a sign that someone has a need to persuade what a wonderful relationship we have.
Okay, so you're saying, all right, so the pawn that they talked about getting a hit on Nancy Grace is actual, there was no hit there? I'm confused. Because they just talked about it on Nancy Grace, didn't they? Talking about the hit at the pond, 0.2 miles from the house. They drained it. So that was bad. That was a bad one? Why would they even talk about it then? That's interesting.
It's not that you or I say, "I love you" to your children, or your children say it to you. That's expected. It's the need to make that public and make it public repeatedly. So I can say, and he said, "I love you, Mama," and then totally forget about supposedly searching the house and getting in the car and driving around. Because the priority is self-defense. I think they caused his disappearance because of an abusive household that he was raised in.
Excuse me.
He's the language of a classic abuser. And the targets are generally women and children. So let me see if they have any questions and rebuttals, please. Because I don't know what happened, and I don't know if he's alive. Like anyone else, you lose hope. About the stepfather's language, he doesn't offer any hope. He was fed that a couple times by a couple interviewers, but he doesn't offer any help. It's natural that after all this time that he would be the first to crack. Based on his language, he did not have a good relationship with Sebastian. Based on his language. So he'd be the first one of denial, whereas you'll hear the father, who will come probably second, and the mother is still speaking as if.
And he actually said something earlier. He actually posted earlier. Guidance sent this in, and I'll read it to you. The same guy that's talking now, Peter. He said the use of our son in analysis, or in an analysis, generally it's the language of step parenting, divorce, fostering, adoption, etc. It is to share ownership. What it says that he's saying it is to share ownership of a child. At times it is normally inappropriately used. The use of our versus my is dependent upon the greater and lesser context. Here, I'll show you. Let me pull it up on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. The use of our versus my is independent upon the greater and lesser context. Missing child is the greater context. The lesser context is found within the details of the interview or statement. A mother's experience begins with pregnancy and then the birth. The hormonal activity etches upon the memory, which results in sensory language. Solomon highlighted this perfectly in solving a case. Memory may be reawakened and heightened when the child is outside her realm of protection. Mothers of kids who go away to college may mildly experience this, yet they can be confirmed or comforted by a quick phone call with the child. With the missing child, there is no such comfort. Therefore, the language will change, indicating a new, unique, and intrusive reality. This isn't the vicarious, the vicarious experience of horror movie. It is to live the horror. The same memory imprinting from hormonal activity takes place when a mother recalls the last words between her and her missing son. These words are unforgettable as they dwelled upon night and day. As they are dwelled upon night and day. The words haunt and may bring nightmares and night terrors as the mother is in the earnest to nurture and protect her missing child. For Katie Proudfoot, this account of her last communication with Sebastian has changed. Just as other details have been added, this is why I called their initial interview coordinated language. This principle in analysis is nuanced and easily misunderstood, but in context other than initial statements of introduction and specific joint activity, it's so intensely personal and flowing from a mother's instinct and experiences that when the lesser context is where the missing child status is in doubt, mothers instinctively take ownership like a mother bear and say, my son. This is where concern for what the child is experiencing, vulnerability, tears at the mother's heart or tears at the mother's heart, and he is now my son. Missing, he needs her, the mother. He's mine, and he needs his mother care or his mother's care. This is the expectation from a mother. Few uses of our, but many uses of my. This is something we've heard repeatedly from Seth, Sebastian's father. It's from anger and from instinctual frustration, being incapable of being a protector while he can't find his son. Singular possession should dominate the mother's language. The repeated use of our by a mother of a missing child outside of basic introductory statements or descriptions of joint events or contact with the biological father is psychological distancing language. Guilt does that. Someone locked the door on a vulnerable special needs child.
Oh my God.
I mean, he just broke that down, and this is on his page. Wow. Interesting. Interesting breakdown on that. Again, that's Peter breaking it down.
He's alive. And again, with respect to those who have the opinion that there was more direct involvement, but I think that he was put out. I think it was discipline at this point. And
I got you always late. Thank you for that.
Information comes out.
I didn't see that.
They get some clean interviews. It may look differently. But if I am with Child Protective, if I am with the law enforcement, I'm looking at an abusive household that Sebastian wanted to get away from. Some of your theories or questions, let's see if I can take them here. Again, a lot of the questions are going to be, I don't know. Where did they take him to teach him a lesson? I don't know. I don't think they took him anywhere. I think that long phone call may have been, hey, he didn't come back. He didn't come back. Well, just wait, just wait. He's got to learn. He's got to learn. This guy thinks he's a tough guy, meaning the stepfather.
Damn. My man called that. He said he thinks he's a tough guy. And that was a lot of what you are saying too. All of you, a lot of you. I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of you have been saying that same thing.
My concern is that he fell into water.
Letitia, wow.
And he hasn't been recovered yet. That's my fear.
Damn,
my hope is that he met off with someone to run away and they're hiding him. That becomes weaker and weaker because the person that did that is putting themselves in legal risk. They could have gone directly to police and directly to Child Protective Services, the authorities, and got some form of sanctuary.
Actually,
for Sebastian.
You know, a lot of this, Enya, is sent in by a lot of you. So I appreciate everybody who is in here, who is sending in valuable information, because again, a lot of it comes from the community and people who dig. Yeah, I do my own digging too, but all of our minds put together, trying to push for change in this world with everything that is going on right now. I mean, it's needed. So shout out to everybody who was in here for the greater good. I got to give y'all a round of applause. I appreciate all of you, because every single one of you are a voice and can always be one. So I appreciate every single one of you, all the information, the emails, the videos, the things that we go over here, the conversations, the phone calls. It's always great. Let's keep going.
There's always a rush to blame Child Protective Services. Remember, what they believe and what they can prove sometimes is two different things, very similar with law enforcement. His special needs and his behaviors were significant, and stepfather's telling us that. The repeating of the personal space, mom saying, you don't go into your teenage son's bedroom at night. They're telling you. They're telling you. You know, when you think about a child going missing, how the parents, the innocent parents, how they talk. They're always concerned with what the child is experiencing right at the moment, and they bring it back. And they sometimes talk about themselves when they're asked about it, but then they go back to the child. You cherish every moment.
Wow. He's very smart. This guy is very smart. You could tell somebody was like, this guy doesn't have no knowledge. Go look him up and look at his background. Dude's very smart, educational.
They're what we call high hormonal events, which leave imprinting or etching upon the brain.
Thank you, Scorpio.
You don't call a victim a liar.
Said this old man.
No shoes, no jacket. If that was discipline, it's pretty harsh. Good comment. I think he experienced worse.
Nah, that's so sad.
Yeah. You know, when you're talking about this type of autism with a 15-year-old, so you have puberty now coming in, you have someone who's not regulated as others are. And that's why I say, no, this was not mild. If I was his bio dad, I probably would say it was mild, because I can't accept how things are. And I understand how challenging that would be, how difficult, what a heavy childcare burden that must be. And he apparently wanted friends terribly, and that didn't work out. I also wonder if some of the neighbors who wouldn't let their kids go over.
That's a good point.
Also said, we don't want to be around that guy, Chris. That wouldn't be surprising at all. You hear someone with that type of anger. I don't want my child. Special needs are not around someone angry. He accused Sebastian of lying to the Child Protective Services.
I believe foul play, unfortunately. His body. Right, Jackie?
Yeah, regarding the neighbors, I think he was very isolated, and that could have been up. The description of the autism, I think, is, there's an expectation that loving parents will minimize, because it's very hard to accept. He had struggles. I wish for immediate legislation to protect children from predatory and abusive non-biological guardians. Laws don't stop that sort of thing. We have a case here in Maine where, and this actually is a parallel, where a boy was beat to death by mother, father, and grandmother. He was still alive.
They spoke poorly of him
when he was brought to the hospital, and they did CPR on him, and the head charge nurse came out and told the mother and the grandmother, hey, his pulse is back.
Thank you, Beach Life.
Which the expectation would be wonderful news. They both chimed in to say, but he's a liar. They were concerned about what he would say. They both charged with murder now, along with the father. But all the laws in the world.
Prez, it's Peter Hyatt. Peter Hyatt, again, I'm going to, just if you're coming in right now, we're watching Peter Hyatt. He is a deception detection instructor seminar. He does seminars for law enforcement, intelligence, military, and business employment analysts, anonymous author identification. This guy is very smart and is in the field, very educational.
We have the same laws that protect you and I as parents and can be exploited by others. Can't be there 24/7. What we can do is enforce laws, and that would be a different type of solution. Chris is laughing. Great question. What does Chris's inappropriate laughing indicate? He is dismissive. He is very high-minded. He has a very high opinion of his own opinion. He used manipulative language. He will divert. He will pause to repeat a question, and he's not reading so much, but when he's asked that verbally, as if to dismiss it. The laughter that bothered me most was the claim, which I think came from Dad, the claim that Sebastian had to get between his mother and stepfather, of which this guy says he had to call me Mr. Chris. So good question.
This is it right here.
I think that was high-minded dismissiveness. Also, I think it was probably insightful to what Sebastian experienced.
So you said you believe something got out of hand and the anger took control. That's very possible. That's very possible.
Martina asking, can you see the mother snapped in the language? I'm not sure what that means.
What's going on, Seashore? Welcome, welcome. How you doing today, by the way? Nice to see you.
Yeah, I think there's quite a story to tell about New Mexico.
I think he's answering questions from
great point by Jason. Jason, Peter, although you've mentioned you hope he's with someone hiding him, I also hope and he's not with someone with darker intentions. Well put, Jason. And
somebody said this reminds them of Letitia. They said it reminds them of Letitia, her leaving, etc. Is that what it reminds you of? It's okay, Angela. I get it. You won't like everybody that I bring up on this show. You won't. I get it though, and I respect that. I respect that. I respect everybody's opinion. Candace says, "Oh my God, that's so sad. I will take that baby." I don't know if he's going to speak more, but we'll see. Let's see. There's 10 minutes left.
That was some of the thoughts with Summer Wells, was she trafficked?
Let's speed it up. Hold on. Let me speed this up because I want to take some more calls.
Yeah, someone said it's very triggering to listen to him. He infuriates people. And I think his language reveals that he likes it. He likes the confrontation. I think he is. Someone wrote, I feel like Chris enjoys the attention he's getting. He does. He in his mind, through his language, he's setting
and I need to let people know, just in case you were just entering this chat right now in this stream and you're like, what the heck is going on? Well, I'm going over a video. We went over a video at the beginning of this stream also with JLR reporting on allegedly reports of them going to Mississippi. Now, I don't know what's going on with that. Why would these parents leave this state if he's missing in Tennessee? That will never make sense to me. But again, we are covering the Sebastian Rogers case, 15-year-old missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. There's still an active Amber Alert out there. They are searching right now. There's multiple people on the ground. It is getting out of hand, honestly, with these parents, two leaving, the stepdad and the mom, allegedly going to another state with their RV. Are they the prime suspects in this case right now? Or is there suspects at all? Allegedly, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. That's the motto that we stick to around here. Remember that. There's a lot of speculation out here in the YouTube streets when it comes to this case, and I want to keep it forefront with facts. Yes, we do speculate and talk about a lot of stuff around here, but we have to stick to the facts. Right now, Chris Proudfoot or Katie have not been charged whatsoever, so I do want to put that out front so people know that they have not been charged. Yes, a lot of us think that they're sus, etc. We've thought that in past cases that we've seen. Madeline Soto, For instance, we just literally and that's funny that I bring that up because February 26th, Madeline Soto went missing. February 25th, that night going into the 26th, Sebastian Rogers goes missing. We covered the Madeline Soto case. Still no charges in the Madeline Soto case, by the way. And we're on day what? 27 now? Her body was found on the 1st. Well, Sebastian Rogers hasn't been found whatsoever. He's still missing. This is a 15-year-old autistic kid who needs assistance, and he's still missing. And we have parents that are going out of town with a missing child that left on foot, bare feet at that. So how far is he going to get with his bare feet, ladies and gentlemen? Tell me that. How far is Sebastian Rogers getting bare feet? I'm just saying. He walks out the house. Let's say he walks out that house. How far is he going to go? What can he go through? Bare feet. We're talking bare feet. If he walks through the woods, he's going to cut his feet up all over the place. There's no telling what he's going to step on. I mean, it's nighttime, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. He's not, in my opinion, this is entertainment. What? Admissible in court. Research found that you cannot tell who is lying from body language or language. I mean, you got a little argument there. I like that. I like that factor, Modine. I wonder if law enforcement secretly tailed their RV into Mississippi. That's a good question. Did they? I don't know. Did they, though? Because there's talks of them being the prime suspect out in the YouTube streets, and that's all speculation, by the way, until we know that personally. I mean, we're thinking some things, but in general, until we know that personally, I want to make that forefront. If you have not heard it from law enforcement, it is not true.
Record straight. He's a great guy. He has so little self-awareness that he can give marital advice after 5 marriages. Also, by the way, he's giving out parental advice.
My bad.
So Chris Proudfoot is giving out marital and child raising advice. That's what
I don't get that
Sebastian
either,
lived under.
I don't. I won't understand it. It just
that
doesn't
type
make sense.
of blinding arrogance. He reminds me of someone that would take a polygraph after committing a crime and rush in to take it to show everyone and still fail.
Oh my God.
He said, my man's holding, he's not holding back. You know how some people will cover it? I mean, shout out to Dr. G. I do love Dr. G and the way that he carries himself, the respect and what he sticks to when covering a case with not knowing, the inner details that law enforcement may know. So I do respect Dr. G's input too. I wonder if he did one on Sebastian or the parents. I think he did one, huh? I have to look at it.
The question was, how long has he and Violon been together? And I'm not sure because he played 2 different things. I think they've been married 2 years, but he may have been there. He said half of Sebastian's life.
What I'm saying, Tim.
He's a hero in his own drama. This poor kiddo. If Sebastian is gone, it started when mom met him. And I'm not sure about mom's own background. Yeah, he's the perfect parent, and all he cares about, his priority, is himself. If it was all about the child, he would have been out there.
Hold up, Jackie, didn't you say you were trying to call in before you said what? I even hit Smiley up. I am from Sumner County, Tennessee. We have so many missing kids from Sumner County, and they have let them all go. Interesting, Jackie. Interesting. Didn't you say we were trying to call in earlier?
They're immediately in front of the camera saying, here's his description. Here's his behaviors. That sort of thing. Yeah, and I think someone said Katie Walton eggshells. It's a great description. I think that she's now allowed to speak more, which is helpful.
Where's Lady Tiger?
But I think that she is likely a victim, and maybe she's made some very poor choices in the past as well, a patterned victim. Do I think the mother will eventually turn on the stepfather? I hope so. I hope so. But it would be, I think.
Yeah, but this is the thing about Chris that's confusing me, and maybe you guys can help bring some context to it. He was out of town, allegedly. He was at work, allegedly. I guess he had so much of an alibi that even when he volunteered, coming from Chris's mouth, he volunteered to take a polygraph test. The police were like, no, just because of the time and where you were, we don't need one. Okay. So help me bring some context to the table on how this dude didn't take a polygraph test, but yet was cleared by law enforcement or whatever. They checked they seen that he was at work, he was out of town, etc. What is going on with that? Yes, indeed, guilty. Planned it. I believe parents are definitely sus, but if they were prime suspects, wouldn't the cops tell them they can't leave the state? I mean, all it takes is for a detective to come and say, T-REV, you're all right, suspicious of this murder. Will you come down to the precinct and talk to me? Okay. And I go down there and I start talking to him. As soon as I hear something I don't like, I want a lawyer. Well, guess what? If they don't have enough to hold me, they don't have no evidence, nothing to hold me whatsoever, I'm free to go wherever the hell I want to go. Doesn't matter who it is. I'm free to go where I want, leave whatever state, go to whatever state I feel like going to. That's just how we have to look at it, and that's the way it is. They can't stop them from leaving. They cannot stop them from leaving, and that's actually the bad thing. I don't know if anybody tell them out of the state because you never know which way they're going. So who can law enforcement contact in these other states real fast to try to get them to stop them? You know what I mean? It's like one of those type of things, and it's weird. Yeah, just like Diddy. I think you Peter said or Petra. My bad. I almost butchered you. Called you Peter. Petra Van H says, I think nobody is cleared. I mean, everybody's a suspect. Everybody's a suspect until you're not one. I'm just saying, this boy's missing. They don't even know what happened, but yet they're searching landfills. So they obviously know something. The police have something close to the vest. They're not just running off nothing to search a landfill.
In a sense, to her detriment, I think they were in this one together in terms of that, knowing full well that they created that environment. Someone wrote, it's scary that Sebastian is having to wear pull-ups at age 15 at his mother's. And I agree, it is scary. Just something I don't find useful to talk about here now. But yeah, in the very least, it's anxiety. I think that
you never know.
When he publicly makes fun of Sebastian, can you imagine what it was like privately for this 15-year-old who may really struggle with certain understandings? Jason following up about the number of missing children, and he wrote 460,000 a year.
Keeping an eye on them.
And Jenny, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I hope you give consideration to maybe a blog post on your profile. You did excellent work. Jenny's a colleague, Jason's colleague.
Sumner County. I don't know. I think this might be the end.
I want to know about his military background. I want to interview people that knew him. I want to know what he's like, because his language is the language of a bully. That's why I called him a small man. He's a bully, and a special needs child as a target. Really bad news.
He said he's a bully, straight up. He ain't playing. A man said he's a bully. And he was, I'm just saying though, he was way different on the Nancy Grace interview compared to Smiley's interview. He just was. Now, there was some of the same traits obviously showed in the Nancy Grace interview, but in that, again, Smiley did a great job. If you're watching, you did a wonderful job. But he was different with Smiley than he was with Nancy. Nancy was ready, and she had her bullhorns on. She was coming straight at him with every single question that she could possibly think of. And that's why I love Nancy.
If anyone wishes me to present your theory, glad to hear it. I know Pat Brown differs.
I'm about to open the lines. I got you.
She believes it's more nefarious. The behavioral panel differs somewhat. I agree with some of the things they said about the not having knowledge of a death. That's correct. But
but if you don't have knowledge of a death, why are you searching a landfill? Why are you searching a landfill if there's no knowledge of a death? I'm just saying. Why would we even look there again if there's no knowledge of a death? Pull up the PCA and read the PCA on why they searched it in the Quentin Simon case. Go to any case with a missing child or anybody that they searched the landfill and look up those PCAs and see what brought them to that landfill. See what the evidence was that brought him to the landfill, or why they would even search a damn landfill in the first place. Probable cause. There was something for them to search it. There just was. Whether it was their garbage was too heavy, or that, it was heavier than usual, or whatever it may have been. There's a reason. They're just not doing it for no reason. No way.
No, I'm not
never convinced me on that.
A body language expert, and I like to hear other opinions. And that
never
sort of thing.
Convinced me.
I don't have enough of mom's language. I haven't finished that lengthy interview. It's pretty rough to listen to. Oh, you think mom snapped? Okay, Martina, now I understand. Yeah. Martina, I agree. I think mom snapped. I think there was an altercation, and that was guided by stepfather over the phone.
You're welcome, Jim.
My fear is that they're going to find Sebastian in
crazy,
some place of water, caves, that sort of thing. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, Jenny, give some consideration for a blog post or sharing that, or however you're comfortable with.
He was a pussyfoot with Nancy. He was. I
don't know why he said he didn't want his daughter around Sebastian. I'll answer that with a bit of discretion.
Thank you, Bluey Beth. I appreciate you.
I believe Sebastian had some significant behaviors.
So that would make sense. She said, from what I understand, the garbage company called Leo due to the garbage being heavier than normal. That's true. But they didn't find nothing, right? They didn't find anything out there. Nancy choked on that interview. She did not know the case enough. I wouldn't say she choked on it. She definitely said if she asked him if he would take a polygraph, and he said, yeah, I will. Chris Proudfoot told Nancy Grace he didn't even take a polygraph. If true, would they even search the campgrounds? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of good questions out there. I'm telling you. RV says maybe stepdad sold him to someone and he's still alive. I'm about to end this now. Just open up the lines. I want to hear from y'all. 219-885-9693. Great breakdown by Peter over here. He did a great job on this. Breaking it down. I mean, it sounds plausible. It sounds kind of on point, to be honest with you. Like he's going straight, like he's a bully. He was a bully. Debbie, what's going on? He said he could not give the dates. Yep, he did say that. That's a fact. That's in my notes too. 270, you're on the show. Talk to me.
He could not give the dates. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hey, this is Jackie. Hey, I got you.
Jackie, if you could do one thing for me, which is mute the background, we'll be good to go.
Get away from it.
You're okay.
Turn it off for me. Okay, I was born and raised in Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm from Sumner County. And the missing people that has come up missing in the past 20, 25 years, the kids, there's no justice. There's time. So then you've got Anthony Driver. He's still missing. Nobody's found his body. He's been missing for about 4 or 5 years. We got Summer. We got Joe Clyde Daniels. Yeah, even though Daddy admitted to it, there's still no body.
Mm-hmm.
The authorities in Sumner County are a joke. I'm gonna go on and let y'all know. My dad's niece supposedly hung herself in November in Sumner County Jail. Okay, they found her a thin line to her life. All right, she is now on life support, and she will forever be. All right.
I'm sorry to hear that.
All right. Well, her mama was found in August. Guess what? In Sumner County Jail. Guess where she was? She was hanging.
Damn.
Okay, people need to get to digging into Sumner County authorities. I know for a fact they're freaking crooked. A White House cop, which ain't Sumner County, but a White House cop shot my dad's nephew in the stomach 6 years ago. Okay, at East Robertson School. Right. That cop walked away. He is still a cop. My cousin is dead. He eventually died from all the injuries and all the trauma done to his body. He died 3 years ago. Almost 4. This is what I'm saying. The authorities here in Sumner County are a joke. I live right now on the Tennessee-Kentucky line. I am from Sumner County, born and raised in Gallatin. I live in Simpson County, which is in Franklin, Kentucky. I'm right on the line, 6 minutes from Portland. I have been willing to get with JOR. I can go to Sumner County. I can look around, Franklin. We could put signs up all down through here. I don't think anywhere's off limits because I know all the back roads. My dad drowned in Sumner County at Martha Gallatin. There's an old bridge over there.
You said your dad drowned?
My dad drowned, yeah, in 1985. He was 19.
You've been through a lot, and I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for sharing that with us, too. I appreciate what you're sharing with us.
I was raised by an orphanage, too, and let me tell you, my grandparents, and she burned up in a fire. Things is okay. It's made me who I am today. I'm a strong woman. Anyway, my point in all of this is Sumner County authorities. Why aren't they out doing more? Why?
That's a good question.
This is my biggest thing. We need to get into the authorities.
There's crooked stuff going on in this town, and you've lived here your whole life?
Oh, I've lived there. I was born and raised in Gallatin. I was born at Sumner Regional Medical Center, which is Gallatin, Tennessee, which ain't but 15, 12 minutes to Hendersonville, Rivergate. The fun play, the bowling alley, that is the play zone. That's for all the kids. It's got different stuff in there, like a jump zone. It's got a bowling alley. Honey, we used to go there as a kid. I went skating when I was a kid at Skate Box there, the Rivergate Mall, which is selling now. Y'all just don't have a clue. Y'all got all these bridges in Nashville. You've got all these bridges in Antioch and Murfreesboro, and there's other places than Sumner County. And this step-pappy, and I'm sorry anybody takes that word pappy offensive. Yesterday I had a lady cuss me out. Look, I don't think the dude deserves the word daddy. Yes, he's very guilty. And that woman is scared of him. I was in a very abusive relationship for 17 years with my kids' father. Let me tell you something. She don't look up, and he overrides her talking. Why ain't the authorities doing more? Why ain't they checking that RV? How do we know that little boy ain't alive inside of that RV?
This is, oh man, you hearing these things about this town and you being from this town.
I swear to God, I'm not playing. All y'all got to do is go look it up right now while we're talking. Go look up Chapter Tutors.
I believe you, and you could show receipts of like that, the stuff that you're talking, all that wild stuff.
The Tennessee Missing Persons page in Nashville. I guarantee they got Anthony Driver's picture on there. I think, though, I want to say, though, they found Anthony's body this past year. I want to say they did. But he was missing for a while. His poor family. Chapter Tutors, she just up and vanishes, and nobody knows nothing. Summer Wells, she just ups and vanishes, and nobody knows nothing. And you got to talking about that gang area down through where Summer's from, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. It's called the Cornbread Mafia. They hit I-40 and they roll out. Okay, the Cornbread Mafia is pretty much the government. I'm gonna go on and break it down to y'all. Our government's got bloodstains on their hands, and I'm in Kentucky right now, and the Commonwealth, I know for a fact does, because I can tell you several law enforcements up here that has been nothing but crooked. Have you ever heard the judge in this town got bloodstains on his hands? Telling you, somebody knows something. Somebody seen something. Why isn't camera footage anywhere? They seen 2 lights, but they just let that go. Really? Why would you just let that go? You haven't heard another word ever since they said it wasn't that. You ain't heard he's not missing now. They're saying it's not a missing persons now, not a code. What the hell do you call it?
I mean,
excuse me.
What do you think is going on here with this case? What do
I think is going on with this? I think stepdaddy done something, and that's why they say he was gone. I don't think he was gone. I think, yeah, he might have been gone after they went out to eat and they had their family time. Yeah, he was setting up for everything. I don't think the boy's dead, in my honest opinion. I think they got him somewhere hiding him because they knew that they had to turn him over to Mr. Seth. I think they knew that they had no choice. So they're hiding the boy out from the authorities and stuff. See, that's what they're not understanding. They've kidnapped this kid, if that is the case. If not, it's damn murder. How does a kid just vanish up out of its bed in the middle of the night? No sound of a door creaking, no window opening. Come on now. That's common sense. And Nancy Grace, I rock with Nancy. I love Nancy. I'm telling you. And I wish these questions would have got answered to her, because the Sumner County authorities, and I hope they watch this and I hope they hear this. I don't live down there no more, but they're crooked. My cousin was found hanging in November of 2022, and she is now on life support. She's on a machine. She'll be on a vent for the rest of her life.
In a Sumner County jail, you said?
Yeah. And then her mama was found in August hanging of this past year of 2023.
And you got articles of that too? That's crazy.
Hell yeah, that's my family. It's in the Sumner County site, but how come it wasn't on the news? How come you didn't hear about the other 5 that come up dead? I guarantee you got
to hear that. That's how that, like, back to back like that. I'm sorry, man.
I'm telling you.
I can only imagine what you've been through.
Now that I've been telling y'all get into digging Gallatin, Tennessee. I can even tell you 37066. Yes, I think that's the zip code. I can tell you everything. I'm telling you. They're crooked. There's a lot of shady things going on, and the reason why they're not messing with Chris, they know something. He got some kind of lead somewhere. Something ain't right. They should have been damn interview. Why didn't he take a lie detector? Why didn't he take a lie detector? If the mama took one, why didn't he? Oh, because he's gone. Do you got proof you were gone? You say you were gone, but do you honestly got physical proof by your phone? You could have left that phone sitting there while you left.
Man.
You get what I'm saying? You got to think like a criminal in this part.
This is
damn private investigating's always been my thing.
And how he's just, I mean, my thing is he was out the house with no shoes on. We're talking barefooted.
And he is autistic. An autistic kid, they are not going to let nothing touch their feet. They are very, very peculiar about that. No glasses, he can't see. In the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, the mother didn't hear a door, didn't see a window open. Come on, now that boy wasn't that, high functioning. They made sure they put that in there too. They did that to throw everybody off. Something could have happened, but I don't want to go there. I don't want to think that. I would rather know he is in that RV and they get severe punishment than him be in the bottom of a lake like I'm thinking. And another thing, Hendersonville has a lake right there where the Tennessee College is. It is the volunteer college. It ain't Ball State, but it's the volunteer college, and it's the main road that takes you through Gallatin straight into Hendersonville. It's Hickory, off of Old Hickory. I'm telling you, we got lakes and bridges and back roads. There's more to this, you guys.
My thing is like this though. He, if he went out his house in his shoe or bare feet like this, wouldn't he be found close by at least? I mean, anything's possible, but
his scent stopped. Why would his scent stop?
Because you know why? His foot and somewhere out here in this terrain and been hurt fast, in my opinion.
And another thing, can I tell you something else? It was storming that night. It was storming that night.
So it's storming that night. What was
yes, sir.
Was it low 40s?
No, it was cold. Yeah, it was cold. Yeah. And let me tell you something also. Another thing, you guys. Tornado just hit down there in Hendersonville and Gallatin here in December. See, we get smashed. I'm right here by Bowling Green, Kentucky. I'm in Franklin, Kentucky. I'm literally on the Tennessee and Kentucky line. I moved up here when I met the kids' dad. So me and him's been divorced for 10 years, but it's the point. All of this, something's not adding up, and the authorities, they're just stopped. They've just put it to a standstill. And another thing, I want all of y'all's opinion. What do you think about Cajun Navy? What do y'all think about them?
What do I think about the Cajun Navy?
Do you think it's real? Do you think they're
the
real?
folks that are out there now?
The
From
ones that's raised
from what I've been sent and shown, it
from
seems like that was the fake Cajun
said
Navy.
it ain't.
Allegedly.
What JLR said it ain't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying from what I've seen, allegedly it's the fake Cajun Navy. But I
was reading yesterday that the real one is the 2016 one. It says Cajun Navy 2016 because I went on there yesterday because I've been deep into this, y'all.
Have you went by this house where Sebastian lives at?
No, I'm scared to go through anything like that. I'm scared to do anything. I'm scared to because that's a lot of you get involved in stuff like that, you get some damn shit.
If you do, let us know. I'll pull you up on stream while you're there.
And not just that, but I have
seriously, if you ever do go, you can pull you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If I pull you, I'm saying if you did go there, we could pull you up on stream. Nobody will do shit to you, and if they do, there'll be a couple thousand eyes on somebody's ass.
I'm telling y'all, you gotta watch them down there, and I guarantee there's cops watching that house.
Oh, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. That's why I asked if you went by there, because you know how people go by and they cruise, they do little drive-bys.
Yeah, but how do we know the cops didn't follow them down there? That's how they knew they were in Mississippi.
Yeah, I mean,
something's not like TBI done followed them. Let me tell you something. They're in the wrong state to play. Tennessee's not playing with them. You can't let your left hand know what your right hand's about to move to.
I just don't want it to. All right, Dolly Vision said no cops at the house. In chat. Dolly Vision said no cops at the house.
Hey, Dolly. I love Dolly, too. Hey, I be rocking with Dolly. Smiley.
No cops at the house.
No cops. See,
at the house.
There's no cops there. Okay. Now, this is my question. I need to know what road, what vicinity towards, because everything has changed, you guys. They've built new places. We've got apartments and factories going up everywhere all through here. We've got so much traffic. Then my little hometown, it's done turned into something huge here. It's crazy. And Gallatin's even bigger. It wasn't when I was growing up. When I was a teenager, it wasn't. Now I get lost in Gallatin. Well, if you didn't know your way, I know my way through Gallatin.
I mean, all right, let's go with this. I want to ask you this question: if it's corruption or something like that, where would it start at? Who would it start with?
Sumner County authorities, first and foremost. I feel like somebody needs to be looking into all these cold cases. Y'all get into the TBI to missing persons in Tennessee. Get on there. Look up Tap the Tutors. Look up where. I'm serious. She's been missing, y'all, for so many years, and her family still hasn't got no justice. Then you've got little Summer Wells. You know that right there, y'all. I went nights and nights without eating, sleeping. I watched, and I wished I could have been closer because see, she's down towards eastern Tennessee, so she's a little further away from me than I'm closer, probably to Nashville. I'm only 45 minutes from Nashville. I'm about 25, 30 from Hendersonville.
25, 30 from Hendersonville. That's not that far.
Nope. And Gallatin, where I was born and raised, ain't but like 14 minutes.
I mean, you'd be a good GPS system for a lot of folks that are out there searching right now. I'll tell you that.
I thought that. That's why I kept telling you, hey, man. But this is my thing, you know, with them hanging themselves and then all these kids that's done come up missing. How about Tennessee Bureau of Investigations need to be investigated? Why ain't y'all doing y'all's job? Why we out here doing y'all's job? You know why? Because we got heart, we got families, and we care. They get paid and they go home. A lot of them care. Some of them, it's just a job to them.
Yeah, go with Dolly's out there. Go with Dolly.
Where's he at? In Hendersonville?
He's been out there searching.
Is he really right now?
There's a lot of people out there searching. Yeah, he's out there searching. There's tons of people out here searching.
Coming up on JOR though. What about the cops coming up on him? Like really?
It's going crazy out there. You could literally there's tons of people there. You could go be a good GPS system for it. for a lot of people. You know, like you'd probably know the spots in certain little areas out there.
I can tell you some back roads. I can tell you some creeks. I can tell you some lakes. I can show you
school. What's around the school area? Ask her what's around the school area. Somebody asked.
What's around the school area? As in, schools are huge, you guys, in Hendersonville. They're like, I think there's Beach. They've got big schools, and then they've got private schools. They've got so many different ones. Charter schools, in other words. They all split up. They've got so many West End, East End. You get what I'm saying? They got different districts in their little county. So they've got like 6 or 7 different schools up there or down there.
Ask her to meet up with Dolly, maybe. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was
Dolly
saying.
wants to meet me in Gallatin and grab me, we go do it. I'm serious. Meet me in Gallatin over there by the Hendersonville Lake where I'm talking about. And it takes you straight into Hendersonville. And it's right there by the bridge and the college. And I'm telling you, there's more to this. There's more.
It's great. I mean, you know the area very well. Hold on, let's just stay on it. Something ain't right, Robert says. Yeah, it is crazy. I gotta run. You guys be good. Shout out to you, Dolly Vision, out there searching.
Y'all need to check out Sumner County. Sumner County authorities need to be checked out. I'm serious. I think that's where it needs to start. Why ain't they doing their job?
Nightbot's always saying stuff. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Send me anything you find, anything that you think we should look at. Send it in an email. I'll check out. Also, send me some of the missing persons from around there, and also some of those articles of the corrupt hanging.
On my Facebook, I'm Jackie Graves on my Facebook. Smiley, I just sent her. She accepted my friend request. AP or AD, I'm friends with him.
Oh, yeah, do that. Message me on Facebook. You'll see.
Okay.
Message me.
All right, baby. Thank you, sugar.
Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for little Sebastian Rogers.
Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Stay vigilant and lock your doors too. I don't think she could hear me that well, but she probably could. She had a lot to say though, you know. Some people find and they're trying to think of it. Shout out to her. Good soul. Appreciate her. 416, you're in the mix. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Tabby from Canada again. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You said Tabby?
Yeah, I talked to you a few days ago.
Tabby, I remember talking to you. I remember now from Canada. Yeah. What's going on? How are you doing today?
Yeah. I'm okay. How about yourself?
Just trying to see what the hell is going on with this case.
I know. My stomach as a mother, my stomach is just churning. First and foremost, I don't care. I mean, years ago I was in an abusive relationship, and when I look at this woman is definitely terrified of this man. I'm not trying to excuse her because she's just as culpable and responsible.
Right.
But she is definitely terrified of this man. She is being forced to go with him. He doesn't want to leave her alone. I don't understand why the authorities haven't separated them. Okay. And spoke to the mother as the mother alone. Okay. And because if someone's being manipulated and stuff, they're not going to talk openly with that other person there no matter what. Okay. And as a mother, under no circumstances, if my child was missing, would I leave my home or my area where I know my child can come back to me? Under no circumstances. I would not be able to, as a matter of fact, and I'd hate to use this as an example, but it was an example in my life. Last year, my smallest Chihuahua, okay, she's like 6 pounds, went missing for 24 hours. I consider those little girls my little girls. I have adult children. Those little girls are my daughters. My kids will even say they're my daughters. When Izzy was missing, okay, I couldn't stop crying. I couldn't hardly breathe. I couldn't eat. I couldn't do anything. Okay. Thank God I got her back. And then again, somebody mentioned like how they're saying the dogs wouldn't bark if he went out or anything. My husband and I went out on Saturday night and we couldn't sneak back into our own place at 2:00 in the morning without the dogs freaking out. And that to us, you know, they will, you know, whether they're greeting you or whether they're letting you know someone's there, the dogs, those little dogs would have barked like hell.
Yeah, little
Okay.
dogs are really loud. My dad's got a couple Yorkies and them things. They're loud.
Yeah.
They bark loud. I
Yeah.
love dogs, regardless
Yeah.
of all of them. But
They're my babies, and thank but anyway, I would not, and choose with autism. My godson is autistic and he's high functioning, and the way they use high functioning, okay, my godson actually goes to school full time during the week to a special school so that he can be a productive person as much as he can be as an adult, right? He goes to a special school during the week and comes home on the weekends. And but he's high functioning. High functioning for many people. I mean, each case is different. Each situation is different. But high functioning means that they're verbal. That there's still, you can tell that they're autistic, okay, and that they have special needs. There's no way this child would have left that home without his shoes on. No way. One is because of the repetitiveness.
yeah,
Another is
that
because
happening either.
yeah, no. If you're going to go outside, his shoes were right there. You see the picture, his shoes are ready. You could see where he leaves them ready to go. And he would not have left without his shoes on. No way. And there's no way as a mother I would have left where my son could come back to me. Okay.
That's what was bothering me. I'm like, come on now.
My stomach
you're going
is
out of
turning
town?
that she could so easily leave like that. Oh, and she said when Nancy Grace asked why she went, okay, and see the pauses between the two of them, like how long it took them to answer some questions. When she asked why she left, she's to accompany her husband to work. Why? Have you done that before?
Right.
To accompany your husband to work. Why? And then I'll come back. How are you coming back? Driving alone? You can't be alone without that man. You're not independent. You have to be with that man, but he's going to let you leave?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
that's
I
a
don't
good
think
point.
so. He does not want to have her left alone so that anybody can speak to her alone. She's terrified.
Too. That's a good point too. So you think it's like a Stephen Stern situation, but a little different, allegedly? You know Stephen Stearns?
Yes.
No, do you think it's like that type of I just didn't know if I had to make sure you were familiar with it that way.
Yeah.
You got the reference. Do you think it's something like that, sort of the interview that they had where he was like controlling the situation, allegedly?
Absolutely. How he was there and the mother was there and he was cracking his knuckles in the background and stuff.
Yeah. That's
Same shit.
That
Same
shit, like that.
different file. Okay. When you're a controlling, abusive person, you're
Allegedly.
you're normally against women and children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he's got a hold on that woman. Okay. That woman, you can see like she is numb. Okay. And she knows what happened to her child. I can see that in her face. And the fact that she left that home with that man, she's terrified of him. Because if she wasn't terrified of that man, she would say, hell no, have a good time at work. I need to be here where my son can come back to me.
There's no logic to the leaving out of town thing. And I just went because he went back to work. It's come on.
You don't do that any other time. Why?
Allegedly.
Yeah. Why? This is no. And I still pray that the boy's going to be okay. Unfortunately, I don't believe so. I sent you a couple of emails, and the emails are under my name on the email starts with Sally. I sent them a few days ago. The first one says I'm going to send you a YouTube video about that person who does the card readings. And then I sent you the video on and it has Tabby in there. It says, "Hi, this is Tabby." On the subject, I think. And
one yesterday, you said?
I think it was the day before. Yeah, but they're both Sally, and then continue the full name, Sally.
I got you. I see you.
Okay, so there's two emails in there. When you got time, watch this woman.
There's other stuff on other cases you can watch just to
Yes,
see
ma'am.
what I'm talking about when she's reading and stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
I'll do that. I see
But
him right
check
now. I
her
just
out.
found him.
Yeah, check her out. I know there was a lot more I wanted to say, but all I can say is my stomach is churning. I'm here with you. When I can't watch you live because I miss you, I get pissed off. I watch I watch you in review, like in replay. You are amazing, like I said before. Sweetheart, keep up what you're doing no matter what anybody says, okay?
Absolutely, always.
You know.
Always.
And thank you.
We'll
Thank
be
you
out
for
here being a voice for a long time. I mean, they have to take the whole internet down for us to stop. So I appreciate you. We're always gonna be here.
Yeah.
I'll be here till I take my last breath. So thank you so much. I don't care if I'm
Thank
95 in a freaking wheelchair. I'll be here
Mhm.
streaming. I'm that cage right there.
Yeah.
I'll be that'll be me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love this. This is what I love doing. This is what drives me. This is what feels good for in my soul. If it just feels great. So thank you so much for calling in, being a voice for Sebastian Rogers, sharing your opinions, your thoughts, your theories as usual. And I will check out those, or I checked out the one email already, but the other email I have to check out. So thank you
The
so much.
attachment. Yeah.
I appreciate you being a
Thank
voice
you.
again in this community, a vital voice. Thank you so much. Lock your doors.
Even though I'm in Canada, I'm there with you guys. Let me tell you, like, I wish I could be there to help more. So,
Well, you're doing good enough just by spreading the word. Even that means something. Even that
thank
means
you so
something.
much.
God
Thank
bless
you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Take care, sweetheart.
You too. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We are covering the case of Sebastian Rogers again. Some people are speculating that the prime suspects are the Proudfoots, but you hear here is allegedly speculation. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true, but it is pretty sus. Some of the things that are seen here with them. I'm sorry. 765, you're live.
Not true, but it is pretty sus. Some of the things that are seen.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hang on.
Oh, she's like, hold on.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good, good. So I've been watching and following here for probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 days now. But anyways, I've been taking some notes and stuff, and you want to hear my allegedly theory?
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
All right. Because I tell you, my guts has been turning, and ever since then, when I have a feeling in my gut, it's usually right. But allegedly, here's my theory. I think after they got done with their dinner, my thought is there's 2 scenarios. One, she probably gave the boys nightly medication. Maybe gave too much. Maybe she had a little too much to drink and didn't realize it. Something happened, so she didn't even go home. Went ahead and, she may have went home, called her husband, left the phone on, drove to the husband with the boy, and then drove back, in time to turn the phone off. Well, no, that wouldn't have worked. Scratch that idea, because she would only have been gone for 3 hours.
Right.
Scratch that idea. So here's my first scenario that I had. So she gets home, something happens, her and her boy probably has an altercation. She does call her husband at 9. He leaves his phone on, okay, at wherever his campsite is. He drives to her. She hangs the phone up at a certain time. That way it disconnects the phones, okay? I think something happened. And remember those lights that they said was flashlights, but the stepdad says, well, no, it wasn't. Well, if you look at them, one goes out, one comes in, and then one goes back the other way, and then the other one is moving faster, far away. So who's to say that they did it, a male figure, I'm going to say a male. I'm leaning towards the stepdad. Wasn't carrying him out over the shoulder because something had happened to him. And then I think the stepdad got rid of the body. This is what I think.
I hate to say that.
Oh, allegedly speculation. Yeah, this is your
It's
thought.
allegedly, yes. And I hope to God I'm wrong. I hope to God I'm wrong.
No, that's why we have it here. So you can call in and give it thoughts, theories, opinions on anything. And I appreciate you sharing your theory here. And to let everybody know this is her theory. So,
and I wish I knew what he was wearing when they were out to dinner.
I'm trying to gather from what you're saying. Mom's the one, and he helped hide, allegedly.
That's what I think. And I don't think it was probably intentional. I think it was accidental. But, you know, what is it? Fight or flight fear or something like that. That saying. But I'd watched some videos on different channels, okay, of the like the Nancy Grace, and then there was a podcast. He was talking with what is that? Simply something. I can't remember. I should have wrote them down. And then the one where they were doing the interview at their home. So there was 3 interviews. So some of their accusations wasn't lining up between one video to the podcast to the Nancy Grace. So she said that she parks in the garage, and the garage door was down that she parked in. Well, wasn't there a neighbor or something say that the garage door was up all night? So that's something to check into.
And I also seen I don't know if you've seen this or not, but I seen on the group that I'm in there was a lady that said the neighbor, she was friends with one of the neighbors, and she seen or the neighbor had told her that there was a rain cam and it showed, or a camera that showed the light flickering on and off for a good period of time, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think I've seen something. Yes, that's crazy. That is like, oh, I don't know what to think of that. I mean, honestly. But here's another thing. When they were on, let's see, Nancy Grace, okay, and she was talking about those lights out there on the garage, okay? She totally forgot about those lights. It's like she didn't even remember she had them. But how did he know those garage lights were on if he had not been there?
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, definitely. He was out of town working, remember?
Supposedly, yes, supposedly. And then I do think there was a third person. Might have been transporting because, you know, GPS stuff can be proven and can be seen. I think there's a third person somewhere in this mix. She didn't mention the thud until she was on Nancy Grace, and then she never said that her son responded to her when she said, "I don't know what you're doing, but you better go to bed." And he says, and then she says, "Did you fall out of bed?" And he said, "No, ma'am." Well, whose kid is going to call their mommy "no, ma'am"? They're going to say, "No, mom," or "No, mom, I'm okay," or something like that. I would think that. That's my opinion there on that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, so in general, you think that this case is foul play 100%?
I do, 100%. And I hope I'm wrong.
And people with you in chat, let's see, yes, Wiley, 67% out of 3,100 votes right now. Yes, Wiley, down on the do you think the Proudfoots are allegedly prime suspects in Sebastian Rogers' disappearance? Allegedly. Yes, Wiley.
Allegedly.
67%. Good gracious. The closest one to it is 50-50. It is sus, though. 19%. That's the closest one.
Yeah, I mean, I hope and pray that that's not what happened, but it's just, you know, all the comments. I mean, I got 2 little, let's see, probably 4 by 6 notebook pages full of just accusations that's been different from interview to interview. That I broke down word for word because I went back to each interview that they gave
and I wrote down what was said here when it triggered my thought process, and then I went to the other one and wrote down what was different for that particular comment. You know,
So
and remember when he was on Smiley with that interview, verbal interview, and they asked, and they kind of phrased it 3 times, I do believe, about that, the whole polygraph test, which, you know, I think polygraphs are, those can be passed, in my opinion. If you're as calm as these people appear to be, I think it could be passed. My opinion. Allegedly, I think it could be passed. But they asked him, was a polygraph taken? And he said yes, and passed. They asked him, did you take it? He says polygraphs were taken and they were passed. He never would indulge that on that Smiley. But yet he finally admitted, I think he was too much of a pussyfoot, shall I say, with Nancy Grace, and he had to admit to her, because I think she would have saw through his lies. Because she probably already knew the answer to that. You know?
Right.
And then he had told her about that TPO with his custody. I know I'm going fast because I'm trying to get all this in my short window I got with you. The TPO, you know, about that was a little bit different from the first interview when he indulged that, or it might have been on Smiley's. I'm sorry, it was either the one at the house or with the Smiley one. He talked about that. He never said it was in Mexico on one, but on the other one, he said it was in Mexico and it was dropped in 2 weeks later. But that was not true. You'll have to go back and watch them, okay? From his accusations, allegedly, okay? Everything's coming from these 3 interviews. I know nothing for fact. That whole CPS belt system, or CPS about the belt and all that, that was kind of thrown in there. That wasn't given on the first interview.
So, yeah. There's a lot of stuff. I like that you got your notes ready.
Oh yeah, and do we know which place they actually had dinner? Do we know what he was wearing? The boy, do we know what he was wearing the night he was at dinner? I'm just curious if he.
Well, they said, what was it? A black sweatpants?
What he slept in, but what was he in prior?
Yeah, that's a good point too. What was he in prior to that?
So that would tell us if he. Well, I mean, I guess it really wouldn't tell you. I mean, if he was in the same clothes that he was out and about, that he never made it home, or did he come home? You know, there's so much scenarios and ideas floating around, and it's just crazy.
It is. It's crazy.
He works 3.5 hours away. So if they were talking at 9. And he leaves his phone in the camper. He drives home. She says she goes to bed a little around midnight, okay? So she hangs up the phone, okay? So that would disconnect the call. I think I already said that, didn't I?
And scaring me with that. I feel Wells vibes. Let's hope it does.
I know.
Oh, man.
You know, I didn't see all that, so I am not familiar with that one. I watch a lot of YouTube, but I just stumbled on this, and it just caught me. I think it's because I have
keeps you captured. It's like, damn, you got to know what happens, right? You need to know everything.
Yeah, I have a
They need to come up off of it right now. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
about it,
yeah, I have a semi special needs grandchild, so I think that's why it's hit me and grabbed a hold of me.
Right. I can see what. Yeah, I can see your connection there.
Yeah, and she did, like, that first interview, she just gave us so many details. What they had for breakfast, you know, FaceTime with the families.
Yep.
And, you know, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm just floored at the whole situation.
Yeah.
You know, and here's my next thought. I wonder if and I'm almost done. I promise you, I'm almost done. I got 2 or 3 things to tell you. I wonder if they have, one, checked the pharmacy to see when his last prescriptions were filled.
Right.
And have they been filled again? So that's one. That will tell you, well, if she filled them again, then there's a reason they're filled again.
Yeah,
he may not, he may be still with us. Let's see, what was the other thing? Oh, did they pull bank statements and all that to check and see if there was
Well, they said they
gas
checked
station
everything.
fill-ups?
You seen the Nancy Grace interview? They said they checked everything, allegedly.
Well, allegedly, yeah, but we don't know what everything was.
That's true, but I'm just going based off what they said.
Yep,
They checked everything.
that's true.
Everything.
Because you could have cash withdrawals, you can have fill ups at gas stations, and you're going to fill up at least once. So between those 2 nights, the 25th into the 26th, were there fill ups on both sides or anything like that?
Yeah.
But anyways,
we're gonna see what happens in this case. I appreciate you calling in, and you said you
yes,
think this
and
is
I'm going
foul
to
play?
follow you. Thanks for taking my call and letting
You're
me
more
get
than
this
welcome.
off my chest.
You're more than welcome. I appreciate you
And
calling me. Thank you for
I think
being a voice
tonight
for
we
this
all should
discussion.
pay a. Yep, I think tonight we should all say a little prayer for this little boy.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And we'll say one before we get off or before I get off. I'll definitely say
Sounds
one.
great.
I've been doing it, I think, the last couple of streams, so I want to stick to that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for calling in, being a voice here for Sebastian. I hope you have a blessed night, man. Need you to do 2 things
too.
though. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Good theory too. She had a lot to say. I was trying to keep it to the time limit. I had 6 minutes on. I ended up letting her go 14 minutes. She had a lot to say. She had notes. When somebody tells me to put up my notes, it gets me because I know what it's like to want to be heard and to want to get things out. And if I'd have cut her off, she'd have never got those notes out. Remember that. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 585, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, what's going on, Trev?
What's going on? How you doing tonight or today, this evening?
I'm hanging in there, watching you.
Well,
it's Sharice calling from upstate New York. Got a couple questions.
Let's hear it.
Are you in Tennessee?
No.
No? You never
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. Got that out the way. Because I keep hearing that you there.
Nah, I ain't in Tennessee.
Okay. I mean, not that you got to tell me all that, but I'm just asking.
I'm on screen right here.
I see you, dog. I see you,
Yeah.
Mr. Adita.
Yeah, Mr. Adita. So what's going on? Talk to us. Talk to
I
us.
got a couple of questions. Have you seen the latest interview they had? Supposedly,
Nancy
allegedly.
Grace?
Not seen. My bad. Heard about.
Nancy Grace?
No.
Smiley?
No.
Which one?
Last night.
Which one is
it ain't
that?
It ain't been shown.
It hasn't been shown. Where did it happen?
It's been talked about.
It's been talked about. I got you.
Mm-hmm. And I need this to be passed along to the people who out there in the field. Few of them.
What are we talking about? What interview is this?
Somebody had an interview with Chris and Katie.
Mm-hmm.
That
Live?
lives. Yeah. No. They had a conversation with them.
Okay.
That wasn't live.
I'm just curious. I didn't hear about this one.
People that had the conversation with them have been out in the field. I've seen them out there.
Thank you, Sounds of Silence. Yeah, that's. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe chat.
I'm going to tell you before it's all over with.
It's crazy. Don't spit it out already. You got the chat on the edge of their seat, like spit it out already. They want to know. I mean, you know.
I'm just wondering, anybody in the chat heard about it yet? I might not be the first one to want to snitch.
Oh, okay.
Has anybody heard about another interview that supposedly happened last night with these other YouTubers who've been out in the field? They live in Hendersonville, actually.
Yeah.
They've been around a couple of the YouTubers from out of town.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about. I would have to, you know.
Clue. Here's the clue for you. Do you know who the clue is? Did you get that?
I'm still in left field waiting for the pot fly to come out here.
You didn't hear the clue?
No. You could just
None
say
of the
it.
people in chat know who the clue is? Good grief.
Nobody. Or one person I've seen so far that says I know who you talking about, but I don't see JLR.
T-REV gang strong. Oh, okay, come back. I see you. I see you in the back. No, not JLR.
Cluminati?
Clue, what their name is?
Cluminati?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So multiple people called that out in chat. I've seen a bunch of people just say that.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. So have you heard about? They had an interview with them?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, supposedly it happened last night.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear about that whatsoever.
And I thought they was cool people. You know what I'm talking about? And then they up on screen saying they had to they made a little video for the audience, and they apologizing to the neighborhood of where little Sebastian, lived. About all the disrespect the neighborhood been getting and this, with people flying drones and telling on people in a way. You know what I'm talking about? I don't like that. And you was right there with them. With them. Y'all didn't get out, but you was with them. But now you on your shit, excuse me. Getting a head start, apologizing.
Got to.
Because you from there. That's your community. You know how people is. People don't like to be bothered. They live in a quiet neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. Oh, stop. Yeah, we'll admit that we were there taking pictures and videos, but we didn't get out.
Wow.
I'm mad.
So what do you think? I mean, what do you think happened here?
No. Now their whole perspective to me seems to be unchanged about the Proudfoots, whatever the hell their name is. To be
I don't know. I haven't heard this new interview, so I couldn't.
I ain't heard it either. They was just telling bitch. They didn't tell what the interview was. They got to get permission first from Chris and Katie to talk about the interview. This is what I'm trying to say. I ain't heard the interview.
We'll see if it comes
the
out.
Interview was talked about.
We'll see when it comes out. I'm waiting for it. Here's some new stuff. I doubt they said anything new anyways. It's probably be the same,
no.
Rinse and repeat shit.
Right, allegedly. By their account. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. So hold up one second. You're good. I'm here. I can hear you. You can still talk.
They wasn't surprised.
Go ahead, Sos.
I mean, they don't got no more no notions of who guilty. They don't know who guilty and who not guilty. So they can't blame these two no more than they would blame the Seth.
Right. This is a wild case again.
I gotta
say what?
This is why stuff keep going backwards out there. Instead of doing what to do, you going by what they say. Oh, it's because the neighborhood and this and that, and people complaining. So you gonna go apologize to the neighborhood because these two damn suspects tell you to go apologize? What the?
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens here. Do you think foul play or not? Before I move on to the next caller, I'm curious. Do you think foul play on this case, or do you think that this boy is just missing?
Nah, they
from neglection or something like that. They made him go outside with no shoes, allegedly. I don't know that, but this is just
they took him out of there.
We'll see. We'll see.
I didn't know if the question was answered by the police. Did the dogs hit on the cars? Was there a scent on the car, on her car?
I mean, I got all the notes right. There's not that it said no scent on her car. Her car has been searched multiple times during the Nancy Grace interview. You got to watch that Nancy Grace interview. She talked about that.
No, I mean, did the police say no hit?
I ain't heard nothing from them. Not much.
That's what I'm saying, because that wouldn't be true.
Not much from them.
Because he was in the car earlier.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I appreciate you again calling in. Make sure you stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. We appreciate you. God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. I wish she could have got. I was like, damn. I'm trying to figure out who it was for like 5 minutes. A good phone call though. 917 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hi, how are you?
Hanging in there. Trying to figure out some stuff about this case. It's weird.
Normally I lurk. Normally I just watch, but I don't know why this case is just so intriguing to me. And we actually had a mom a couple years ago disappear. She never left her house. Husband pulled up in the back driveway, backed up his car. He disappeared for 7 hours. No phone on him. Lo and behold, he's now sitting in jail awaiting his trial for the Maya Milete case. And it reminds me so much of that case, this case, because to me, I lived in Memphis. My house was on a half an acre backed up to I-40. And I used to get an immense amount of dew. If you walked on that barefooted, you would see the footprint, especially if it was warmer in the day and the temperature dropped. I have so many questions. Not only that, the parent or the stepdad and the mom, allegedly, for them to sit here and just up and leave. I have 4 daughters, ages 30 to 5. I had to go to parent-teacher conference, so I couldn't call in earlier.
Right.
But
how'd that go?
I would be looking. Good? Oh, it went good. It went great.
That's great.
It went great. When I lived in New York, I used to work with kids with after-school programs. I was a daycare teacher. That went good. I just had to go run and do that, though. I literally just walked back in. But my whole thing is, I don't live in the fanciest of neighborhoods. I live in a triplex in San Diego. I have 3 ring bell cameras all around my house. And you mean to tell me that there's nobody in that bougie neighborhood with cameras? Like, I'm confused. On top of it, the fact that that's your only child. I don't care if TikTok, YouTube, X, I don't care who was saying what to me. I'm not leaving my house. I'm not leaving my house. That is my baby. I'm going to be out searching. I'll grab myself a burger. Let's go. Let's look.
Yeah, because what if he comes back to the house, right?
Exactly.
That would be your thought at all times.
That would definitely be my thought. Not only that, I will tell you that I literally looked at all the pictures, that are out there of this little baby. And I have 2 nephews and a niece, aging range from 6 to 25 to 17, all autistic, different spectrums. One has Asperger's. These kids, they have these little quirks. My shoes have to be on. If he grabbed his little flashlight, Was it on a lanyard? Mom never said anything. Did she show anybody what it would look like? Does she have a picture of what it would look like? How do we know we're not going to find it out there? These are all questions that I am just so, she's not saying nothing. Like, I'm so dumbfounded by it. This mother is not literally saying anything about it. And I looked to see if maybe I saw a lanyard on a wall. You know, you hang your keys in your house on the wall, whatever. I'm looking in these pictures in the background. Is there something? Are they on the table? Is this little flashlight on the table? Could he have worn it in his pictures at school? Because there's pictures out there with, I don't know if it's his teachers or maybe paraprofessionals. I don't see this little flashlight that she said he never left home without it. I think the first interview or second, can't even remember now, there's so many. So for me, I have so many questions, but just like the Maya Malete case here, that baby, how did you not trace him out the house? If he went out that front door, they would sniff him, they would smell him. Not only that though, you also remember, if he supposedly was in the mom's car day before, after whatever, allegedly, we're all alleging. My theory is, yeah, they have something to do with it. Not only that, I know what Memphis is like. I live there. They have so much greenery, fields, trees, bushes, plush. The fact that the little flashlights were in the backyard, that also was crazy. And I see that person's comment. But yes, my niece and my nephew, the older one, they both wear lanyards. They pick them up as soon as they wake up. So they put that stuff consistently. They put it on consistently. Literally, I think that baby's somewhere between Memphis and Hendersonville, and he's out there. This baby is out there. There's no doubt about it to me. And yes, the only two people, or the only person to last see him, was the mother. Just like with poor Maddie's case, which is another one that I followed, because
this happens to be the same date they went missing. You know?
Exactly. Not only that, though, I have been, myself and my sister, we were just talking about her case with this whole, we call them Chesters. That's what we call them, because this happened to us when we were little. And I appreciate everything you do, the music you put out, the safety that you kind of put out there for the rest of us that have gone through that. It makes it a safe space. But just like with Maddie, no. You don't sit there and say, I'm going to stay in the house and wait for my child to show up. No. Are you kidding me? Your only child? Maddie too was an only child. I have 4 girls. I got 2 in New York, 1 in Texas, and then I have the little 5-year-old with me. No, I still check on my girls. I have 4. Imagine it being my only child. Are you kidding me? Like, it just makes me so frustrated. I'm so tired of seeing all these babies. If you don't want your kids, people give them up. There's so many people. I'll take them. I'll take your kids. I don't care what the spectrum is. Don't care if they have emotional needs. I will take them. But I'm just so tired of, especially these mothers, putting up with these men. My husband is a stepfather to my 3 older girls. He always says, I'm a girl dad. I love my girls. I have 4 girls. That's how my husband talks about my daughters, my older ones. So I'm so confused as to this stepdad and his verbiage about this child. There's nothing positive being said about him. There's nothing uplifting. Oh, you know, the conversations are so opposite as opposed to the dad.
And I know, and it's, with me, it's like, I'm not understanding why they would leave town. I just can't grasp that. Like you brought up at the beginning of this call, I cannot grasp them going out of town with him being missing, just going out barefooted at that exact location. Why would you think that somebody took him? Where is that coming from?
Yeah, there are certain key things that have come up if you go back and watch every single one of the interviews. that literally specifically there's certain key words that are mentioned in every single one of them, and it makes me so mad because how do you know he went out barefooted? Maybe you had a rain boots outside of your front door. Maybe you had, some in the garage. Did he take your shoes? Did he take your husband's shoes? Like, if it's a child that is normally not out there with no shoes, why does he not have shoes on? That doesn't make sense to me. And this whole thing about, oh, well, he has a, what do they call it, Nintendo Flip? I don't know, DS, I don't know what they call them anymore. But if he had one of those and he was communicating with someone, why wouldn't he take that? I will tell you, my nephew who's autistic, the older one, that boy has not stopped with his phone, headphones, music. It's like from the time he gets up to it, it's consistent. So why wouldn't he take that or take his phone or take all these other things? And then she says, well, I don't know if he would know how to call me or whatever she said in the interview. No, he knew the key code to the front door to get out. He's definitely going to remember your phone number. There's no way. Not only that, especially based upon the fact that the biological dad was not consistently calling the mom and communicating with mom. So when they spoke, she had to tell him, listen, if you're with your dad and I want to talk to you, here's my number, call me. You know what I mean? Stuff just is not adding up with this case. And I'm all the way in San Diego, but I've lived in New York, I've lived in Memphis, and I currently live here. There's no way that kid just up and disappeared. And it'd be easy, allegedly. My theory is they're both suspicious. One's covering up for the other. One of them did it. For me, they removed that child out that house in that truck that the mother has or whatever vehicle she has. Rolled up out of there sometime or either lured him into the woods, and that's why we see those two flashlights. And then
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't just one, it was two. So why? I don't get that. Somebody was with them, allegedly.
Yep. Allegedly.
Right? Allegedly.
Either the mom and the dad. Maybe the two of them did it together. Not only that, though, there's nothing has been said as far as the stepdad. Yeah, he was working in Memphis, supposedly, allegedly. There's RV camps that he's been staying at in Mississippi. Because I lived in that neighborhood, and funny thing is, when I got married and moved to Memphis, my grandparents brought their trailer from Cali, and we stayed in some of those RV parks all the way up until Nashville because my honeymoon was at the Opryland Hotel. So I know these things. You know what I mean? And it just happened to be that it's all like places I've seen, where I've been. And I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way this baby just up and lived. And God forbid, I pray they find him alive. But I really hope he did not do something to him and take him to the Mississippi, because if you've ever been there, you've ever seen it, it's a god awful.
Well, people are a lot of people in chat were saying that this has Letitia's, was it Letitia Stout's bar?
Oh, listen, this thing I said in chat multiple times, this thing has Letitia Stout written all over it. It's got some sprinkle of the Montgomerys on it. A little bit of Jen as well. I'm dumbfounded. This baby just did not disappear. Yes, that one.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about So Toast.
Yes, I'm talking about Jen Soto. Yes, it's got like a combination of all of them up in this one.
Yeah.
So between the mom,
the interview, weird.
This last interview,
all of them.
Oh,
all of them, in my opinion.
Then
all
he
of
took
them
a lie detector. He didn't. He did. Then he didn't. Like even lie detector tests cannot be held up in court. I watch too many crime channels.
Oh, of course, we know that you can't take them. But allegedly, this screenshot I'm showing up on the screen right here. What came out when? And why am I lagging right now? I'm completely frozen. All right, now I'm not frozen anymore. What is going on with that?
I don't know.
But I literally froze, which was crazy. But this screenshot that I'm showing on the screen now again, this was the screenshot from back like beginning of March.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And then for him to turn around and tell you know, Nancy, oh no, she took one, I didn't take one, or whatever his wording was. There's so much stuff out there that I don't even I don't even believe them, either one of them anymore. But I'm really upset about this case. It hits so deep for me because, like I said, I have 2 nephews and I have a niece that are autistic. And, you know, even if she did throw this baby out of the house as a punishment, not only that, I have had stepdads, chesters, abusers when we were little, and me and my siblings, and I could so see it happening. And the way he speaks, oh, I took his snake away. Well, you know he's autistic. Why are you giving him a snake in the first place? Second place, you know he's not allowed to take that snake out whenever he wants. You would still have to assist to help him feed this thing because you're giving it dead rats and mice and whatever else, and you'd have to water it. Like, I'm confused. So for me, there's so many things that just don't make sense, you know? And the whole belt thing, no, he's hit that baby more than once. He has hit that baby more than once. And CPS doesn't just show up for no reason. They don't show up for no reason, allegedly.
I don't know where
allegedly.
Bluey Beth. I'm
gonna say these are my opinions. I don't want anybody upset with me.
No, I appreciate you calling in as usual and giving your opinion, your thoughts, and your theories. Shout out to you. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Make sure you stay vigilant. Lock them doors before you go to bed tonight. God bless you for being a voice.
I don't know if you remember this or not, but the other day in the spirit box, it said something about a yellow house.
Yes, I do remember that.
That junk, there's one yellow house, Rev, in that whole entire neighborhood. That whole neighborhood.
I hate when people talk about that because it makes me want to go over there. You know what I mean?
That whole neighborhood. And I was watching somebody else that was there live, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, a yellow house. He's like, there's only one yellow house in this whole neighborhood behind the construction. I was like, I got goosebumps. I was freaking out. I didn't know how to get a hold of you to email you that. I didn't know how to text you. I didn't know how to do nothing.
Yellow house.
There's one yellow house. Day before yesterday, you did a spirit box, and I was on there, and they kept saying yellow house.
Check the yellow house.
One yellow house in that whole freaking neighborhood. Only yellow house. Even the person I was watching, I didn't mention the name, said, dang, there's only one yellow house out here. I was like, the what? What? I was shocked.
Wow, interesting.
That. I was like, that junk is crazy. Because
check it. He may be there. You never know. Allegedly.
I don't dive into that stuff, but I just let you know. Anyway, love everybody. You're the best. I love your music.
Thank you.
Everyone stay positive, be blessed, and lock your doors.
God bless you. You lock them doors too. Shout out to her. Good phone call. We appreciate her as usual. 219-885-9693. We are covering the story of Sebastian Rogers, 15-year-old from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Still missing to this day. 5 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Not one trace, not one smidgen of anything pertaining to Sebastian Rogers. 408. It's never too late. You are here. Your time is now. What is going on?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Thank you ever talk this to you. Hey, it's a pleasure to talk to you for the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like we're kindred spirits over here. And thank you. I don't buy any of whatever they said. I think we just ought to dump everything, everybody thinks, and start again. Because it's ridiculous. I mean, come on. This is 2024. I mean, I don't buy anything. I mean, I'm willing to believe a psychic over this. They don't even have any concrete evidence, you know, and these parents are weird. And I've worked with autistic kids. They have their little quirks, but they're good kids, and they just don't run away like that. They don't. And I don't even believe that flashlight thing. I believe he was taken from the house from whichever parent, but they're in it together. And something awful happened where they got into a fight and they're blaming the child. I don't know. And it's very upsetting that we can't find him. I mean, what are your thoughts as far as whatever they said?
I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, where do you got to start that night? He's out barefooted. Do we believe that he really was out barefooted? Do we know that? That's what I'm saying. Do we know if he was out barefooted? Period. That's my thoughts in my head when I think about this
And do
case.
we know if the father was where he was at that night?
Well,
what time did he get home? Is there proof of that?
Well, I'm saying if the police are letting him walk free, I'm gonna say, damn, I trust their due diligence that they checked this guy, checked to see that he was at work and had 100% an alibi. Now, did they do anything further to check to see if he somehow clocked out, went to this house for a break, any of that? I don't know if they did that. But as far as he said specifically that because of the time, he didn't have to take a polygraph test, or he volunteered, but they said he didn't have to because of where he was at for his work. That was his own words.
Right. But just their behavior. Their behavior is abnormal.
It is weird. I mean, it's weird.
And I feel so bad for the real father. I mean, it's like they were having problems. I'm sure the father would have taken him. You know what I mean? And they're such a target, these kids, because they're so trusting. They're just trusting beings, and they look up to people, because I was a teacher's aide for 7 years, and I just love them. They're such a gift. I mean, there's higher functioning and lower functioning, but they are what they are, and they all have a special gift for each individual. But anyways, I just, I'm listening to everybody's thoughts, and everybody's frustrated. That's what we all have in common. So I wish they would point the investigation to some kind of psychic thing right now, because nothing else seems to be working. I mean, I don't know. What did your spirit box say?
I mean, they said tons of things. It's 6 hours I was on, so.
I know. I was trying to listen, but the noise really bugs me.
Yeah,
but,
that's the way it is.
Yeah, but did they say anything like?
I mean, tons of stuff. You'd have to. There's tons of stuff.
Listen to it again. But did you spell it out? Because it's hard for me to understand.
Not yet. There's a lot to go through.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I still pray. I
got in the sewer. Well, I literally was like, where's the location of Sebastian Rogers? Where can we find him? It said in the sewer, or it said in the sewer. Unmarked location right after that. That's what I got, and it's still and that was one before I was even covering this case too, by the way.
Yeah, but did it say if it's in the neighborhood?
They didn't say. No, it doesn't tell you anything. And anyways, when doing those, you can only trust 50-50. I don't believe 100% of that I hear out of there until I can corroborate it on paper. And that's just the rule of thumb for me. That's the way that I do. You get what I'm saying? I know it's an open mind type of thing. So when you go in there, it has to be with an open mind. And if you hear certain things, you can't run with it to the bank and cash it. And you just, if you hear things, you hear things.
But it gives possibility. You know what I mean? I mean, anything's possible. And I just want to find this child, whatever.
Absolutely.
I don't really want to point fingers, but it's just weird the way they behave. It just appalls me. Come on, this is your child, this is your gift from God. So anyways, I appreciate you. I really love you and respect you. So thank you so much.
I appreciate you calling in today and being a voice.
Oh,
you
thank
stay
you.
vigilant. I need you to lock those doors too.
I lock the door. Okay, thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much for being a light on today's show. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Sylvia Brown. Man, my mom loves Sylvia Brown. I just seen that comment in the comments. Sylvia Brown. That was one of my mom's favorites. She loves Sylvia Brown. Good gracious. 954, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hi, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm okay, I just wanted to call in because I have two autistic kids, and there's some misunderstanding that people are saying that they don't run like that. I have a girl and a boy, and when my daughter was between 2 and 3, she ran like a nightmare. She would run from people trying to direct her into a room. She would you ever play the board game Mousetrap, or you hear of it? Yeah. Now, I would set up my house and I would move the dining table to another room because it would make noise. So if I knew she tried to use it to climb out the window, I'd hear it. I locked my dining tables in the kitchen. I did everything. This little girl at 3 would lift one side of the dining table at a time to move it toward the window between the service window between the kitchen and the dining room, climb through the window, unlock the kitchen door, carry a heavy dining chair to the front door, then get pillows off her bed and phone books. And make this, it looked like the Mousetrap board game when I woke up at 5 a.m. and the house just felt empty. Son was in his bed, uncle was in his bed, dad was snoring, like whatever. And she was gone. Window still open. She climbed right out the front living room window and just dropped and ran. And she knew where she was going too. She was going to the Toys R Us. She was going in the right direction, and the cops found her. Diaper, no shorts, just a T-shirt, no shoes.
Wow.
And this is yeah. She was like 3, and she knew, but she didn't. She just went in her T-shirt and her diaper, and it, we're in Florida, so it was warm. So she was like right almost there by the time the cops saw her.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You there?
They sent a CPS worker out, and he was really nice. And he helped me, figure out ways to secure the house more, special alarms and things. And that was it. I mean, she didn't do it after that last trip with the cops because, I don't know, I think she actually got lost that time. But yeah, these kids, you can't judge them all according to the same measure. These kids all do different things. No two are alike at all. And my son liked to go barefoot. My daughter liked to go barefoot. Did wear shoes. Sometimes they wouldn't, and they're funny kids. They got a great sense of humor, but they're all different, man. And but yeah, it scared the hell out of me. One night, the house was empty, and I was sorting laundry because we go once a month with all the heavy blankets and sheets and stuff, and the rest I do at home. So I'm sorting all this stuff out, and I'm looking for her, and I can't find her anywhere. I open the front door, and it's dark out.
Wow.
And I'm running up and down the street screaming her name, and I'm just walking with the phone about to call. First I called her dad. Is she with you? No. Call you right back. Then I was just about to call the police. I saw her ponytail sticking out from under a pile of laundry. I can laugh about it now, but I actually just wanted to end myself right there. If I didn't have her older brother, I probably would have. You have no clue, man. It was the scariest thing ever to think that your child is just not around anywhere, and they were just there a minute ago. And I don't get these parents at all. I haven't been following this case too much because it hits me, but I see that little boy's picture and he smiles just like my son. It's the same goofy smile, and I just end up crying. I don't understand these parents, I don't get it at all.
Yeah, this picture right here was made by a very wonderful group that I'm in on Facebook. I follow very closely.
My son had the same smile at that age.
They made this picture actually, and I try to keep it up as much as I can during the stream so people can see him, and if they're in Tennessee and you run across them, you're familiar with his face because you're watching this stream and you see his face. That's why I like and especially with him still being missing at this point, and no telling. I'm hoping that we're all wrong on thinking what possibly could have happened here. The majority of us think that something foul happened and we're worried to death, but there is that little bit of hope in our hearts that we're all wrong and somebody just has this boy hidden out somewhere.
Well, everybody keeps referring. Yeah, I know, but it's been a while now, and they're saying the dog hit by a lake. I don't have a lot of hope for this one. There's been too many kids turning up gone. You have Summer Wells. She hasn't been found yet, has she? You got Summer Wells, you got this other kid. I mean, it's just left and right. Every day I'm hearing about a new missing kid. It's just sad.
Elijah View still missing right now?
Yep.
And honestly, that case is kind of, I don't know what's going on with that case. That 3-year-old boy didn't just walk out of Jesse Vang's apartment, So.
I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I don't think he ran. He was taken by his parents or somebody. But people say these kids don't run. My daughter actually, when I would take her to speech therapy, oh my God, we had a narrow hallway. Like you could just put your hands and touch the walls, like
One
flat.
of my best friends, he's autistic.
Ask him
You know
about
what I
his
mean? My
childhood.
best friend is autistic.
You know,
I literally had him up on my other channel just the other night. He's autistic.
I bet he's got some stories for you, man. But
he's actually gifted. He's gifted with connected with the other side also, and you know what I mean. He's a gifted guy. Shout out to him. He's a very good person. But yes, he is autistic. A lot of people don't know that about one of my friends, Smoke. Maybe some of the audience have seen him on the other channel, but again, yes, he is autistic. So it's this one is close because my best friend is autistic, and this is
it's hard.
This is a little boy here. We're talking about a 15-year-old boy, just like Peter was saying. He's going through puberty, all these different things. There's challenges ahead, and 5 weeks, nothing. It's just it doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
The challenges change as they grow. That's a good point because, like, when my son hit 18, he regressed big time. My daughter, when she hit 18, she started seizures almost to the day she hit 18. But like I was saying, the police labeled her as a runner, so that if I called again, they know to look for her. But when she was real little, and I was taking her to speech therapy. You ever play a temple run? Those games where you have to run and dodge, and it's like an overhead view. That was my daughter. She'd be walking down that narrow hallway, jumping over people's legs. The therapist would step out of their office, put their leg out, try to grab her. She didn't stop running. She would jump over their legs, duck under their arms. They'd grab her jacket. She'd just slide out of the jacket like she was buttered and just keep going and dive into the ball pit in the playroom. It was, these kids are amazing escape artists, but
they're smart. It was really not like I honestly just as smart as me, like honestly,
oh man, God, these kids are so funny though. Like she called the police one time. We first moved here. She called the police, and I was like, "Who are you talking to?" She's like, "Nobody," and hung up the phone. The police called me back and wanting to know if I found my missing German Shepherd named Buddy. We don't have a dog. She was just hoping the police had found the dog and would bring it to her. She reported a missing fake German Shepherd dog. So I don't even know why I'm telling you that.
We'll see how this turns out. This case here. Again, before I let you go and move on to the next caller, foul play, or did he walk off and get lost?
If he had walked off and get lost, somebody would have found him already and helped him out. The way this case is, any police would have been like, "Oh, I've seen this kid," and they would have gotten him home or gotten him to a relative or institutionalized something. This child, he was hidden, and I don't mean alive hidden. I'm praying, but I don't hold out hope for him. Yes. I just hope he's in a better place. So, anyway, thank y'all for hearing
I
me.
appreciate you calling it.
You take care of yourself, man. Keep that sleep hammer handy.
Yeah, we got it. We're good.
All right. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Stay vigilant. Yeah, we got the timer on. We do got the timer on. She was about a minute over. 865, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, Miss Mary here.
Yeah, I know. I mistaken you earlier for someone else. The same area code called in. I was like, Mary, huh? No.
No.
Wasn't Mary. I was wrong. I was like, damn, reality check.
No.
But what's going on, Mary? You're here. You're here now. What's on your mind? What have you seen out there regarding the Sebastian case that's going on?
I still am going back to some of the facts, and facts are the dogs did not pick up any scent from his trail from the house to the lake or anywhere else in the yard. So if you look at it that way, straight up from the dog tracking, he didn't run off anywhere else, or they would have tracked him to a neighborhood, the yellow house, the woods, something, right? But the dogs did not track. The cadaver dogs did not hit at the lake. Apparently the pond was drained. They didn't find anything there either. But what they did track was his last known scent was at the house, and the next known scent was at the lake. So it's telling me that somebody picked that kid up, put him in a vehicle, and took off with him. Now my question is did somebody carry him out of the house and put him in a vehicle and take off with him? Was he drugged? Did he go with somebody that he knows? And that's why there was no evidence of house being torn up, windows broken, window open. I mean, if you look at straight up at the facts of it, and I'm taking the the abuse stuff out of my mind here just a minute. I'm just looking at the facts of it. He would have had to leave that house unless the mom put him outside. If the mom put him outside, he would have wandered around. He would have run. He would have something. They didn't find those tracks. The dogs didn't hit.
Mm-hmm.
So how did he get from the house down to the lake and then disappear from there, and there's no further tracks? That means he had to be put in a vehicle somehow, whether alive or not. I think if he had been dead in the house, the dogs would have picked up on the cadaver scent. But they didn't, right?
Yeah, they said that they did. It was debunked. I didn't see this being debunked, but chat was telling me, yeah, that was debunked. That time was debunked.
What was debunked?
What you're talking about.
So, but from what I'm seeing, what the police were saying, right, in the police reports, they were saying that there was no scent of him running anywhere that they could have followed. The dogs would have picked up that.
What about this pond? Everybody, the pond I was talking about, they're saying that's debunked.
What I heard, and please correct me in chat on this, is that they drained the pond. There was nothing there, but also the dogs can pick up scent if there's a cadaver in the water.
Mm-hmm.
That scent will rise. A cadaver can be 25 feet down, and that scent will come up to the top, and the dogs can pick that up. It floats up to the top. They didn't find anything there. They didn't hit. So if there was no cadaver and there was no scent leaving, like him walking down a road, going into another neighborhood, something, those dogs can pick up for miles. That scent carries for miles. So it just makes me wonder if somebody had put him in a vehicle, or carried him out to a vehicle down to from his house, carried him out to a vehicle waiting by the pond. And mom could have been asleep and not know it, and stepdad could have had all that done. Because it's just too weird. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me if you think about it. I'm not saying that there wasn't foul play, and he may be alive somewhere. The thing that the stepdad gave the snake away before this happened, and he was saying, oh, well, he couldn't take care of the snake. No, you didn't want to take care of the snake. You got rid of the snake first. Then you get rid of the kid because you ain't taking care of the snake. But he said he gave the snake to somebody who knows about snakes, and I thought he said it was down, like a friend of his down in the Memphis area or something. And I just thought, well, did he pack the kid up in the snake too, or did he take the kid to the person that has the snake so it could calm him down, because that's where his best friend is, and these people were hiding the kid out just to get him out of his life. And he's not being forthright with the mother here.
I don't know. This interview right here. What did you think about the first initial interview?
Well, the guy gives me kind of creep feelings all over, and the way she has.
Is it the attitude for you?
Attitude, and also her affect, that flat affect, that again, just kind of like I said with Madeline, when you have an abuser around you, you don't know how to act. If you overact, they're going to come at you later. If you underact, they're going to come at you later. It's a no-win situation. So I'm not sure with mom, if the guy's already got attitude and acting that way live on camera, you can imagine what he's acting like with her behind the scenes, right? And the fact that he would not engage the dad right away, I mean, wouldn't you be like having bio dad like come to the house and help me find?
You think you'd be working together?
Oh yeah.
At this point,
and yeah. I mean, at the very get-go, you think you'd be working together. So
even if you weren't working together, you at least be in the same area and cordial. And that would still be working together.
Absolutely. And you would both be trying to help mom. I mean, you could imagine how she would feel if you really loved her, cared about her. But no, this guy's full of crap. I just kind of wonder if, doesn't he work construction?
No, that's what they say. I don't know
I just
exactly what his
kind of
job is, but
wonder if he had paid off some people kind of to help to get the kid out of there. It just doesn't make sense. If he walked away, the dogs, and he was barefoot especially, the dogs would have picked his track up. And why was he dressed in all black?
the faces. Yeah. All black.
Why was he dressed? He had, yes, she said when he went to bed, he had on black pants
Yep.
and a black t-shirt, and his glasses are gone. Well, you're not going to notice a kid in all black in the middle of the night.
No, so no shoes, no glasses.
He had his glasses, they said. They took his glasses.
I was like, what? I thought you just said no glasses. I was like, what?
No, he had his glasses. He had no shoes, according to her. And
Either way, he's not getting far walking barefooted at night.
Right.
And
At
where they
night?
live at, from what I looked at on Google Maps, no, that's crazy.
Right. And the dogs, you have to think about it. It's not just shoes. It would be bare feet. It'd be skin cells. The dogs would pick up real super easy. So if he was barefooted walking around that house somewhere, out in the yard, anywhere else, they would have picked it up just like they picked it up down by the lake. So somehow he had no tracks between the house and the lake, but yet they picked up his scent at the lake, and then there's no other tracks. That tells me he was put in a vehicle, and he was dressed in dark clothes, so nobody would, see a bright, in case a light hit him or something. You've got a white T-shirt or anything like that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I was just looking at it from above. I had to pull this up, being you were talking about the area. This is the flashlight one where it gives you like an overall, like over the top view.
So if he was out in that area and he was walking around, those dogs would have picked that scent up.
Just look at this area, like barefooted. What he's gonna be? Oh my god, man! This is just, it's scary for him. If he really, let's just say he really got it, he was really outside, he was really running away. Let's just say that. Let's say that was the scenario. I feel like he'd have been found by now.
Well, and I'll tell you, I've worked with people who have dementia, and I've seen them wander off, and they're found in people's basements, they're found in people's porches, they're found, 2 houses down days later. You know what I mean? And dogs track all around, but the police don't go in. Like if they tracked up to a house and the neighbors weren't home, the police can't just go in, and then they keep on tracking whatever. You know what I mean? But he could very well be in somebody's house. Maybe somebody knows the crap he's going through and they're protecting him, which is my hope. I hope somebody's got him and they're just protecting him from these people. But if they do, they need to call his dad, his bio dad, and let him know at least. But that's not happened.
I mean, look at these 2 flashlights right here. Boom, boom.
See, and that's what I'm saying. I think somebody picked him up. I think that stepdad arranged it. I think he was carried out of the house. I think they met him down there in a truck or a car or something. How are you going to see him? He's all dressed in black. Right?
Yeah, this is.
Why would you give him his, don't give him his shoes so he won't run off from you. He's not going to run off from you. So don't make sure he doesn't have his shoes, but make sure he has his glasses so he can see, when you're telling him to go somewhere, whatever you're doing. But you see what I mean?
For sure.
That's a good way to make him. That's a good way to make him cooperate.
I'm sorry, but this has me puzzled.
Yeah,
I'm puzzled.
But you know what?
I'm just running out of things that like something severely happened. That's bad happened to him. It had to have. I mean, if he's not in the basement or he's not hiding somewhere and then passed away from that, you feel like they would have found him. If
Right.
the dogs searched in that area, you feel like if he was that close to like a neighbor's or right down the street, they would have tracked him there. But no hits.
Right, absolutely no hit, and again, he knows the kid's not going to run off if he has no shoes. Okay, so you've got the 2 flashlights, you got no trail of him.
Right.
He had to be, and then you got these 2 flashlights out there near the pond or whatever, and then that scent disappears. That tells me somebody picked him up and took him. The dad may have given him away, sold him, who knows, the stepdad, whatever. But that was arranged. And why put him in all black?
Yeah,
You're not going to see him in the dark. And that's the point.
Mary's on. I mean, you're on point. I agree with a lot of what you're saying too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's all of our thoughts. I feel like most of them, and a little bit different here and there, but this just doesn't even friggin' make any sense. Again, I'm puzzled. We're 5 weeks in. This happened at the same time or around the same time as Madeline Soto. So again, we were covering the Madeline Soto story up until just recently. We're still covering it now. There's some new things that I seen come out in that, just little things, but no murder charges pushed forward in that case. They have the main prime suspect. Now we're into the Sebastian Rogers case. We're looking at this case. We have no body found, so we can only hope that he's alive and that he's being, or hopefully somebody's hiding him somewhere and we figure it out later, and whoever that is, they're dealt with properly. But it's alarming. This isn't a game. It's not funny. There's multiple people, thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million people have seen this story and have this boy in their prayers. You get what I'm saying? So we want to know what's going on. We want to know where he's at. Where is little Sebastian Rogers? Where can we find him?
Absolutely. And I don't know. Like I said, I just keep going back to not making speculation on the parents. I'm just looking at straight up fact. And between the no shoes, he's not going to run off. There's no scent around the house. So even if she locked him out of the house, he didn't run around the house. He didn't run away, or the dogs would have picked it up. The only other scent was picked up down by the pond where was supposedly these flashlights or whatever were out in the yard around that, whatever. And then it disappears. Tells me if mom locked him out of the house to punish, and dad and stepdad said, put him outside to punish him, he may have had this all set up and ready to go, and said, go pick him up. And we'll just say he just ran off. You know what I'm saying? There's just something. If they had picked up the trail of him running through the neighborhood or somewhere, that'd be different. But from point A to point B, and I would like to know what Seth thinks.
I'd like to know what these flashlights were. That's right. What I'd like to know.
I think if people are saying that I thought stepdad had already left and was in Memphis already, but they're saying that he was there and left in the morning. Well, like I'm saying, maybe he had somebody come pick the kid up and take him off. Maybe he's with the people that had the snake because he knows that snake will calm him down. And he didn't want his shoes on, so he wouldn't run off. You can control him that way. He's not going to run from you if he doesn't have his shoes. And you're always going to see him if he's all dressed in black. And it's in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying? I just think he carried him out because there's no evidence of anything else happening in the house. I just think he carried him out. Maybe he stuck him in the car or camper on the way out and dropped him off with whoever, and that's what the flats are.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But anyway, well, thank you. I appreciate your time and helping think.
This one again, I'm mind boggled with this case. I just don't even. I mean, we are thinking a lot of things, but damn, I mean, I'm mind boggled by this case still. I don't know what to think about it. I need time to ponder on all the information that's out there. I will be dropping a docuseries on this case with all the facts that I can find and put in. I'm already started on it. So, but I'll fully have it finished. Probably, I don't know. I don't want to give a date, but in the next couple of days, I should have it up. I'm working on it right now. So thank you, Mary. I appreciate you calling in. This, like I said, the facts and information on this case are all over the place. And it's just, I need to be brought back to reality. So that's why I'm deep diving it. When I'm not on here, I'm deep diving it.
Look at how far I know how far a person with dementia will walk away. It's about 2 miles, and they'll find a place to sit down or hide, 2 to 3 miles away from their home. So with a child with autism, if he were to get out and walk away without his shoes on in the middle of a freezing cold night without a flashlight or anything, which I doubt very seriously, how far would he have gone? Usually they say within 7 miles to 15 minutes from a home, they will find a missing child who's been killed. So, or run off or what have you. So he wouldn't have gotten far at all. So no, you're right. There's something really bad wrong here. And I also sent you an email about somebody had said something that there wasn't water in Riley's lungs. I sent you a a news report on that. It's called a dry drowning that they were looking at for Riley, and it explains that in his autopsy. So I just sent that to you. But anyway,
I see people saying that he dry drowned.
yeah. So anyway, well,
That's
I know that you'll let us know as soon as you find something out on this, and I'll see you on the other channel.
Well, thank you, Mary. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. Great thoughts, great opinions. And I'll be checking that email too. Make sure you stay vigilant and lock your doors. I appreciate you, Mary. God bless. Shout out to Mary. Good phone call. Hold up. I actually want to play this back real quick. 1 second.
In the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show 2 people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights.
Again, if you're just coming in, this is the flashlight video for the Sebastian Rogers case that came out. Who is the second flashlight? Who do you guys think that second flashlight is? I mean, and who's the first one? Is it Sebastian?
Are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home? It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame.
Subject 1, a few seconds later, moves out of frame. Who is the second flashlight? Like what?
Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know, there's not much to see here.
There's not much to see there, but this light chased one off the screen and came back. But how long was that time? What was that time period? That's weird.
Cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Wild one. I don't know. A lot of people said they ain't seen that video. UFOs. I mean, I can't tell. That video is like, I'd have to actually see the video. What's going on? I'd have to actually see it. Yeah. This is I don't know. This is crazy.
Sorry, what?
This is crazy. I'm live. What's going on?
I didn't hear what you said.
You good?
You spoke too fast.
No, I'm live. Tracy, she said, T-REV breaking news. Riley found with no water in lungs. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you. Again, somebody said he dry drowned, though, and that's what Mary was talking about, too. Well, and also I am about to get off. I have to go run a few errands for myself and do a couple things. I appreciate everybody who came by the stream. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you turn on the notification bell. I will be back on. Again, I will be back on tonight. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You understand me? There will be an evening show tonight. I'm not joking either. So make sure you pull up, notification bell on. We will be covering some stuff later on. I will be back on tonight. Like I said, I got to run and do a few errands I forgot about. That's what I came in and got a look over. But yeah, I will be going. I got to run and do a few errands, but I will be back on. So make sure you guys turn that notification bell on and I'll rock this out. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you. You already know how we end this, right? You know how we do it. And I got a new song for you today. I actually recorded it this morning and finished writing it this morning. So here you go. It's on the album that will be dropping this summer called Voice for the Voiceless. And this is meaning and passion behind what we do here. Is inspired by a lot of you. Thank you for inspiring me to not only be a better person. And one thing I want to say before we get out of here, I want to say a little prayer for Sebastian. All right. So, dear Heavenly Father, we come together as the Rev Gang family, lifting up Sebastian Rogers in prayer as he remains missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Our hearts are heavy with concern. Lord, we ask for your protective hand over Sebastian, guiding him safely back home. Provide strength and comfort to his family, friends, and all who are searching for him. Illuminate the path that will lead to Sebastian's discovery and fill us with hope and peace during this challenging time. In your loving name, we pray. Amen. Okay, here it. I love you guys. I'll see you shortly. I gotta, I have to have enough time to run this. I'll run the usual lineup.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on a page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in your honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's go.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hopes strength from our spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Play for the ones in the back one more time, I guess. We run it back. Voice for the Voiceless dropping this summer 2024. You will be heard.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on a page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Let's get on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep what it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Whoa. Voice for the Voiceless dropping 2024 this summer. Maybe, maybe we squeeze it out right in the middle of, or maybe the beginning of June. Right? And we're going to drop another one too. I'm always working on them. I got them right here in front of me. I own a lot of these. Again, that one was Time Will Tell. It will be dropping on Voice of the Voiceless. And this one right here is called By Myself. If you're new, we like making things with meaning around here. Pointless rap is bullshit. Let's talk about the shit that we're doing.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got rap gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached
speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak, it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the depths.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads. They get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
Appreciate you, Deborah. Appreciate you. Next, here's another one I made. Okay, this is on the album. It needs to be heard. A lot of people are gonna hear this. They already have. Amen.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kicked. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Normally the voice of the voiceless, people get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you.
And I have a voice nowhere else. You'll always have one here. As long as I'm around, as long as I'm on this channel, as long as I'm on YouTube, you'll always have a voice here. I know sometimes people can't get through, but keep trying, send emails. You will get through eventually. I mean, there's people that get through every time. I appreciate all of you. And I'm going to leave you off with this one right here. It's about Kylie Rodney, 16 years old, out of Truckee. I feel like she was done dirty. No justice. Nothing. I just don't understand it. People believe that she drove into this lake and that they searched around this lake for this 16-year-old young, bright girl who had a bright future ahead of her. Something was wrong here. And that's what made me make this song. And you know what? The things that are going on here in the Sebastian Rogers case just gives me those type of vibes. Those weird vibes. But here's the song right here. It's called The Truckee Way. And I'm going to put a remastered version on Voice for the Voiceless. So right now, I think we're at about 6 tracks. I'm going to aim for like 12, maybe 10. But here it is. The Truckee Way.
You got to stop doing this.
Look. wife has been neglecting, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsessions. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family.